Good evening and welcome. So, day 44. And YouTube episode 55 have I worked on today, recorded today, but that will be coming up tomorrow. That's kind of impressive. That's good. It's good that there is an interest. It's also getting to that point where you can definitely see the end. But the question is, like, everything about it is sort of tapering off. Um, I have a ship in my novels named The Learning is About to Occur. May his blessing be upon your new ship. Thank you. uh, yeah, like having 55 episodes on a Let's Play and still actually getting good numbers on it is absolutely ridiculously amazing. Super, super fantastic. And I do appreciate that. Also, day 43 yesterday of stream was still managed to wrangle out a level 5 hype train, although sort of at the last seconds, but still, like, that's impressive on a day 43 of any game. The thing is that I've been so deep into Factorio, and I've been going deep. I haven't played anything for last 44 streams, but that means, like, I'm kind of waking up like um, what the hell happened the last 2 months? Anything? What's new out here? Any new games? Anything we should have been keeping an eye on? Because as far as I know, I haven't missed out on anything. Of course, even if there was something, like, maybe we would have taken a look at it and then go like, oh, okay, well, that's fine. But still, like, usually if you look back last year, like, November and December were good months for good releases. I can't even remember. December was Dyson Sphere Program, but I also feel that November, October, November was also like something. I can't remember what, but we were definitely. Oh, was it Valheim or something? I don't know. Anyway, it was something I was finishing up right before heading in, and it was just fitting perfectly. Or maybe that was the space exploration thingy. I don't know. Hello, Isolde. Um, Desync? No, that was August, July, August, September-ish. But either anyway, I kind of sort of kind of lost touch with what did we miss anything? Are there any good games that we kind of missed that we should have been had a look at if it wasn't for Factorio, or has it actually just been drought and the only salvation has been Factorio for the last time? I mean, it's not like I'm going to be playing Path of Exile 2 or stuff like that, but like anything in our space, like there's been a little bit of release of Against the Storm, and now there's an early look at Timberborn. I think that games like Tectonica and Foundry, I think that once I've played Factorio here, I think I'm not gonna come back to that. It just seems like just a, I don't know, it's not like a cheap knockoff, but it's just a Minecraft mod, okay? So, I mean, if you're starving, it's fine to drink some muddy water, but if you got a nice Barolo or Amarone, then you're not gonna be drinking muddy water, right? Darkest Dungeon 2, I really don't like the playstyle of it. I kind of sort of worn out on that. Maybe we'll take a look at it when this new style comes along and see if that's better. The Elden Ring Night Reigns looks super amazing. And everything was like, oh, three-player co-op, three-player co-op. They're like, no, but you can also play solo. Yes. So that's nice. Um, yeah, Shapes 2. I'm also talking to Tobias about sort of what's upcoming, getting a preview into the pipeline. So yeah, more Elden Ring coming. Oh, absolutely, absolutely. I'm also thinking that. All right, so my content schedule. We're going to continue to play Factorio until I kind of don't know what I'm supposed to do here. Or sort of want to put it aside and then sort of leave it for 3 to 6 months and then come back at some point. But I'd like to. I have two options. Either Dyson Sphere comes out with something and then we just go like, Factorio, what? I don't know. Yay, Dyson Sphere! And then it'll be super awesome. Or maybe if there's nothing, then we'll sort of be looking around for small games, and then it'll be deliberate for me to not do something popular, not to try to overhype something, because this has been a high. The Factorio release has been a high. Like before that, Shapes was actually really good. Shapes 2, then Satisfactory, and then Factorio. Sky's the limit. And of course, sort of tapering off, and that's fine. It's how things go. So, in order to not be like the typical manager of like there are always peaks, there are always deadlines, there's always something really important. Like you also have to have the troughs, the valleys for the peaks. So we're heading into a valley, and that's okay. It fits perfectly with end of December. Then we go into January, where ad revenue is shit, and people just rethink their life choices and probably cancel their Patreon subscription. It's the way of the world. That's kind of how it is. And then we'll go into something else. But there has to be like a lull of action before we can pick it up again. It's just how it works. So. Time for another Factorio run now on Deathwatch. I don't think I want to go straight into another Factorio run. I think that it would be too much the same, and I would be sort of taking the stuff that I just learned and then redoing it. So what I think I'll do is I'll sort of put it on the shelf, then come back to it, and then go in with a fresh start. Maybe some mods, maybe 2.1, maybe some kind of challenge run, something like that, to make it different enough that it isn't sort of this run again. Remember the sea? What? Those random games here and there. Oh, the sea? Sea dot dot dot. When you remember the cat. I was like, usually when you write sea dot dot dot, it's a not flattering word. Like, what? Who are you referring to? Who are you calling that? That's not very nice of you. Or how much sense can you make? Yeah. Well, your mind can wander about fun things. Try the next one. Yeah, exactly. Not my intention. That's all right. Yeah. Yeah. So I might be just deliberately playing some Elden Ring just once, a couple of times a week, just because I have a desire to play Elden Ring again, and it's something completely different, and it's not going to be popular. So it might be something like on a slow January, there might be like something I'll pick up just for a stream, just to really emphasize and show that yes, the Factorio hype thing is over. There'll be another hype thing again, but now we're just quieting down, because I also need to schedule a little bit more me time in the upcoming in January, and yeah, so I'll be focusing a little bit more on some of my some of my hobbies. Let's say it like that, right? I'm gonna be doing a lot more rope in January, and starting some private tutoring, going to some practice sessions, going to workshops. You know, I'm gonna be putting in a little bit of extra effort into that to really sort of take another step forward in that. So. Yeah, or should I? I've been trying to design a space station that can do 1,000 science per minute by importing sulfur and stone. Yeah, it's sulfur. Why sulfur? Why would you import sulfur? Can you make it? Why would you import sulfur? Stone, I get, which it's incredibly annoying that you can't get stone from literally rocks in space. Loop. Ah, loop? No loop in space? You can go do coal liquefaction. Why can't you do loop in space? If you can do carbon plus sulfur into coal, into heavy oil, then you can make lubricant. So why would you need to import anything except the stone? And then the specific things. I didn't think about that down, but there we go. Sorry, I ruined your crazy idea. Now I made it even crazier. Yeah. I think it's always going to be the Megabase science bottleneck. I don't think so. It's science on Gleba is super easy. The spoiling thing is the part where you just have to overmake it, but it's also, on the other hand, it's also ridiculously easy to make. Like, so, which you'll see in the video tomorrow. Yeah, the stone spades is really weird. You'd think that there would be some stone that literally anything. Yeah, exactly. You can make anything else, but not stone. Like, it's the weirdest choice to block. Like, maybe you would go like, okay, we have to stop the. We don't want to have them produce oil, for example. So, remove the whole carbon plus sulfur into coal, into liquefaction. That kind of block that one. So that recipe doesn't work in space. Then you could go like, okay, we don't want you to do oil stuff in space because it's silly or whatever. But stone is such a weird and arbitrary thing. I can't help but think that that's a coincidence. I don't think that they've been sort of looking at it and doing everything and then go like, yes, let's do this balanced choice. Where should we just block? Let's block stone. That's the most logical thing. Like, I think this is unintended. I don't think, like, from what I saw at okay, so here's a thing that you kind of underestimate. Like, we are now millions of people playing the game, trying to find all the corners and kinks and quirks and all that stuff. When I talked to developers, they were like, I haven't even played through the entire game yet, or we played it once last summer and then it was completely different. So it's not like developers before the launch had been playing it from end to end, optimizing everything, because it was changing all the time. So you start a run, and then the next time you want to pick it up the week after, then oh well, Glabber is completely different. Everything's stalled. Ugh, okay, do I want to start over with that, or So I think that only now do we get like the holistic perspective and just going like, okay, what are the things that you can do if you really strain? Like, I don't think that they've been sitting there and go like, yeah, let's make it really effective to make legendary bioflux by making capture rockets in space. That's a great feature. Let's add that. Like, it's an emergent feature. Shattered Planet wasn't made of stone. No. So I think it's so they can't have stone space. I don't know. I think it's a coincidence. I think it's that if you look at I think the reason is that they added the stuff to asteroids that you need in order to make the ammunition, and there is no ammunition that requires stone. So it's not about science, not about anything else. It's simply a matter of what are the things you need. So you needed coal because you needed explosives. Otherwise you couldn't make the rockets. So they were sort of like, okay, we need to make sure that we can get coal because we need to make it. So carbon plus sulfur makes coal, but then they didn't maybe think about like, oh, but that coal can also be used into coal liquefaction. So every oil product is now enabled. Mr. Coco, thank you for the 4 months. So I think that it's more of a like emergent behavior and not sort of something that was deliberate. If there was some kind of catapult that threw rocks at and then they would also have added that. So I think that it's because the way it's designed is to make ammunition of various sorts, and then that has to be available from asteroid. And I don't think they intended to make factories. I think, of course, they intended to make small factories, but not science factories in space, or capture rockets factories, or quantum processor factories. I don't think that was the intended. There might have been something like, I'm sure someone will do it. So, cows that hurl stone at space rock. Yeah, I think that would make sense. I mean, that would help us. Yeah, stone in space is a glaring problem. Like, it could be a reprocessing thing, like in a crusher, a new recipe that just grinds it all down into stone and nothing else. Or it could be like the recipe that takes one in and then gets 40% plus 20% plus 20%. That one could also be like, oh, and one stone. Then it would be fine. Maybe not one stone, but stone would be a rather annoying thing in space because of the research need. I don't know, niche use case. Stone is a byproduct. Yeah, stone is a byproduct for something. Yeah. Niche use case. I mean, maybe, but then let it be something that you need to get rid of. It's the same as getting, when you use an asteroid, why does it have 20% chance of recycling the asteroid? I mean, that's because it makes it a little more complicated. If it's not because it makes the recipe better, because the recipe could just be a higher yield, but it's to make it a little more complicated that you have to make sure that you can build a way that is not sort of go in and go out the other side. It's go in, but you have to make sure that can go back on the belt and gets done. So whether that was that or it was stone, it would be the same thing. So anyway. Lava. Lava in space. I think that it's. I think that what we should. What I'm focused on is the stuff that would make sense to add in a 2.1 update. Not stuff like, ooh, a new type of asteroid that is a molten, so you can, and then, or you can capture an asteroid and you can put it into the machine that then can heat it up and turn it into lava. Like, okay, that's cool and all, but that's mod territory. But like making freezing pipes and that could extend refrigeration would also be like massive overhaul. So it's not going to come, I think. But something like a repeated research that extends the spoil time, cool. That takes 2 minutes to add. I'm saying it as a project manager. Have transfers between ships. Yes, transfers between ships would also be something that would be really nice to have in 2.1. I think 2.1 will have a lot of quality of life. I mean, I hope, because I think that there's a lot of things. I think they'll have a lot of things that are just bugs and stuff that we don't see. But I think that it's going to be mainly. I think there will be some things where we go like, oh my god, finally, because spaceship logistics is kind of shit. Let's be honest, it's kind of shit. Is an ETA 2.1? No. No one knows. My guess would be summer, spring-ish. Like that's half a year after. So they've now gotten past the stabilizing. So now they can. I'm imagining that they can start sort of. Okay, now what? Okay, you're working on 2.1 features that start freeing up resource for Coverx new weird project, whatever, and then that's gonna be like, yeah. I think that at this point, there could be a an atmosphere around the office like, oh yeah, the backlog is only getting shorter, because sure there'll be a lot of great ideas, but if there's not going to be a new DLC and we're not going to add new features in 2.1, then all new ideas are just going to be like, man, that's a good idea, make a mod of it, whatever. So what the hell are those 25 developers going to do? They can't not all sit fixing bugs, because it's not that buggy of a game, is it? Or optimizing performance, because it's not really in need of that much optimization. And sure, we can get a better UI here and a better UX there and a little bit better performance there, maybe. Like, for example, better performance on the trip to Shattered Planet is absolutely essential. Rocket Silo adjust volume option. Yes. Okay. How many developers? How long time do you need for that? Speaking of going on towards a new game, yes, which I hope is well. I think that it would be a good idea. Let's say, I don't know. Like my guess is there are 30-ish employees in VOOB, like sort of working on code and stuff. And let's say that's it. Now they are making good money on Factorio, no doubt. Now that's a really fortunate position, because that means that they can bankroll their next game without outside publisher assistance, and that's great. But I would hope that they wouldn't be like, okay, we'll just open source Factorio and go like, blah, whatever, and then focus on a pipe dream MMO, whatever. But instead going like, well, we're going to keep a team of, I don't know, 5, 10 people, I don't know, 5 people maybe, dedicated and a little bit of assistance here and there, working on creating a new small DLC that is the 5th planet. It'll come out in 1.5 years time, and it'll cost $10, and until then they're fixing bugs and they're doing stuff like more like Oxygen Not Included is doing. And then the 20 other people will be redirected towards the new project. I don't know, something like that. So 29 people to convince the one guy who likes the rocket titles too loud that he's wrong. Yes, and that's not gonna work. It should keep under as a full-time model while making a new game. I don't know. I mean, I it's not where I would say. I mean, Arendelle has done a lot of awesome things, but I don't want it to turn into space exploration. I think there are some really skilled people who've been working on Factorio for a long time who really understand what it is and what it is not. And I don't think space exploration is what Factorio is. And I think that the changes from like the space age is not Factorio in a sense that it's not just like a linear progression. It's something else. And of course, a lot of it is inspired by space exploration. But there are also a lot of things from space exploration that has been sort of, no, that's too weird. Let's dial it back a bit. So. Tried to hack a dirty quick mod to adjust the rocket settlement and made a suggestion in the forum. No luck in both options so far. Oh, really? Yeah, so I don't know. I think that there's I would hope that they would keep it active and not just on live support. Because I think Factorio deserves more than live support and more than just open sourcing it. But actually deserving a development pipeline and some kind of, yes, we're working on a small DLC down the road. It's not going to be a space age kind of thing, but it's going to be something that will be adding new content and make it a fresh experience for you again. It's a year out in the future or something like that. That would be my dream scenario. Yeah. So, and then what I would love to see is another planet, because that's something that is, I'm using the word easy, and it isn't. But it's something that is, like, adding quality impacts everything. Adding another planet is relatively, like, the interaction between this planet and the other planets is there. Then that planet could sort of looking at what are the things on the other planets that we don't have or that is not there. Like, there are cool buildings for a lot of things, but there's no, like, mechanical building. That would be awesome to have one that is really good at making engines and engines and robot frames and roboports and robots. Those kind of things would be nice to get a 50% bonus built from any kind of machine, and maybe another kind of planet that isn't another biome that isn't there. So mythic quality, I don't think that's a robot planet or something. And mythic quality wouldn't be cut off. I don't think I don't think that adds anything to the game. It just put some more grind, right? So, but like, oh, here's like stuff like, oh, here's a new asteroid that drops stone, or like some things that you can add instead of some things that change everything. So that's kind of what I'm. The models start making new planets that you can add to your vanilla game. I don't know, not vanilla game, but yes, your. Pretty cool to add something you can do with a shattered planet and Aquilo. Yes. We can dream. I don't think it's gonna happen, to be honest, and that's a shame. Maybe there'll be some awesome mods, but I'm just not really that into mods, to be honest. I think that for me as a content creator, I spend way too much time explaining why things are different, and then you also have this part that if something is broken, you don't get the satisfaction of finding something broken. You get the satisfaction of finding something broken in the base game, but you find something broken in a mod, then it's like, yeah, okay, it's one guy, of course there's something broken. It just feels like being harsh on them. But if you find something broken in the base game, then you go like, yeah, awesome, let's abuse it. Yeah, they can patch it out if they want to, but until then, yay, LDS shuffle, woo! And the ability to control what you can automatically export. What? Control what you can automatically export. I don't know what that means. Is LDS fixed anytime soon? I don't know. I don't know the pipeline. I would hope that it is, but yeah. The Infinite Time Mode trying the new planet mod from not Melon. Yes. Yeah, I think that better interstellar logistics would be an essential part to improve in 2.1, like the train limits did in for vanilla trains. That's super amazing. So That's something else. That's going to be nice. Anyway, I think we need to dive in. By the way, as we dive in, I'm going to have an extended break soon. So yay. My daughter is at something. Theater practice. That's what it is. And I have to pick her up at 9 o'clock. So I am going to go on a 17-minute break in half an hour. So, but I will be back. Able to item from exports and humanity export them. Yeah, sure. Sure. Okay, we have Barthak, the new ship. We did something up here that I said I liked at the end of last stream, but maybe I was just tired. Like, that's a massive thing. Let's also think about what it is I'm building. I am not building a ship to run Promethium here. I think I'm more making a ship that runs to the Shadow Planet, to be honest. Looks more like it. And I don't think I should do both, but I don't want to do a Shadow Planet build run yet. But this is way overscaled, I think. And it doesn't really matter. Like, all this is fine. Okay, so middle center is going to be the most intense. The question is then, are we going to make the next part equally intense? Or is it going to be like, I don't know, like maybe only like this and then something else in between? I don't know. It's just kind of... I feel like it would be safer if you have the turrets closer to than the rockets due to range. Yes, you'd feel that. I don't. I can explain it one more time. These ones will kill almost anything. And when we saw out there wasn't really a lot that got past the rockets, because the rockets have such a big splash area and deal so much damage that they're going to be taking care of it. You're going to make it? 10,000 per second? Yeah, I think they might just make it. So I think that it's yeah, I think this is the right way to do it, right? I might be wrong, sure, but I do like this. The range here is, yes, it's pretty close, and when they get this close, we really don't want the rockets to shoot at them, which means that as soon as they get this close, we have like a firing line that takes care of everything. Because if we shoot at something here, then it blows up with the rocket, then it blows up some of our front of the ship. But if we have a barrage out there of rockets, then I think that should be fine. I don't know. We'll see. Otherwise, we build a new ship. What? What's the problem here? Turbo is the wrong way. Okay, never mind. I don't know if this actually works. Because I'm just kind of pushing the issues further down. Why are the ones on the left not, on the right not highlighted? Let's give them a little bit more space out here. Playing, there still is a railgun targeting bug, right? Maybe. Then we just need more railguns. So now we want to curve out here somehow. And I don't know if this width is the right one. I think I'd make it a little bit wider, but not much. 2 chunks wide, 2.5 chunks wide maybe. Is it coming in? Yes, good. What is this? This is 8 by 8. Yeah. Yeah. So this would be like middle of the chunk. Yeah. But that would be like the squarest version, and then I'm gonna just try to sort of branch it down here. Underground belts that the rockets are in the wrong direction. In, out. Huh. Yeah. Good. Ah. So this thing here is a little bit tedious to do, to be honest. How do we fire this one up? We haven't found a solution to you. I think the solution is blue. I don't like it. What? Where's this one going?
You have returned.
Yeah, that's not great. That's not great. Oh, right, this is something that over here I've taken it out. Good. And Leadnor, thank you for 6 months in advance. Woo! No. Right. So that means this one isn't powered. Yeah, there's also a problem about sort of the propagation here. Yeah, I think this is how I can do it. This can be repeatable. And this is not be able to be supported. How the hell are we going to support this? Like that? And then the next question becomes, how the hell are we going to do this? Like, this is going to be a problem. Because this will actually require railguns and rockets on either side of the belt. And then I'd have to do something like... No, wait, how the hell would I even do that? like this, right? Which means that I am not getting any normal ammo, but that's fine because I'm getting normal ammo here. They're all hooked up to another belt. So that's the normal ammo belt. Okay. Couldn't you connect the underground belt that connects the rocket vertically? Couldn't you connect the underground belts that feed the rockets vertically? I've done that. This is vertical. What do you mean is horizontal? At this point, actually, maybe I could. Yes, okay. Yeah, I couldn't do it before, but it actually turns out that this is actually an option right now. That's funny. I think I'd rather do that because this is going to be a little bit complicated, but then this thing here goes awry. I lose the ability to feed this unless I also find a different way to do that. So if I do it this way instead, like then these two can't be fed anywhere. No. And that was kind of one of the points, was that this one would be able to just go in. There's also the advantage here that as it flows around, it builds up a buffer. Like this whole line here is a buffer just for these two, which is nice. But if I then take, I mean, now I have a copy of it, so then what are we going to do about you? Like, that's an option, sure, but then the other one is not going to be an option. Or I do something like this, and then, I mean, that works, but what a waste of premium. This is the most valuable space, and then we're just wasting it. And if I move it over here, there's nothing else. You could argue with splashing, but it is much harder for a rock to destroy this line. That's also true, but I don't really want to be hit by rocks, so. And then I could also do like, oh, these things, but that doesn't really help. Even if I did this, I couldn't get any laser turrets in. There is no way to do this in a better way than getting up here. If these are supposed to be, then all other alternative, like if we just take all this out, like all this is the bad space. Like this is the space, like this is nice between, but how the hell do I do anything useful with this space here? I don't know. I don't know. Asymmetric? Yes, sure. But even if it's asymmetric, how would that look? Previously I had 3. This is amazing. There's nothing else that would be amazing. Eh. I mean, there's the argument that you can do this one. And then you're going to be fitting in here. Oops. And then we could take laser turrets then. Here, here, and here would be kind of a thing. Like that would be the least awful option, but it's still not a great option. What about tester turret? I don't even know if they work in space, do they? I think everything is immune to electricity, but let's look at it here. Electric 100%. So I don't think we're gonna do it. Asymmetric grabber. Add space tile for 2 missile turrets to fit. I don't even know how I would do that, right? Because if I made it here, then this couldn't be, it would have to be even further out, so it'd have to be like a massive space here that got destroyed. Like, there's another argument is, would this make any difference? Not really. It's the same thing. Only difference would be, like, could I... What if this was not here, but here? Would that make a difference? Nope. Not at all. I like this. I want to thank you for all the great YouTube videos. I've watched a lot and learned about YouTube. Thank you. Can't grab a scrap from other rocket turrets. Yes, they can. Just trying... but I don't know how that would help us. Remove the laser turret. What laser turret? That one. Overall rockets with stack inserters. Put 4 of each on every quarter of the belt. Hmm? There's a fun thing of doing like this. Like, that's also an option, right? But I don't think that's a better option. But it does something that's new. See, all of this, it doesn't do anything, right? It doesn't fundamentally give me more space for anything, I think. Yeah, because I couldn't do it here. I'd have to do it on only the ones that are not connecting. So it could be here, for example, but no. It sucks. This is not really getting us anywhere. Like, I like this part. Like, this one's good, except I don't have any power here. In-game ship design is my favorite. I don't know. It's a little bit too much tinkering. I don't know if I really like it or I don't like it. I haven't really decided yet. I think it's very much results oriented. My enjoyment of it. Damn, this one is just really wrecking it. Here, another option is I just put 2 of these next to each other and then make some more space. Then make 2, and then more space, and then 2, and then that's gonna be a different method. Because they're also overlapping a little bit, which is also weird. Just leave the rocket turret like that without ammo. It'll scare the asteroids away. Thank you. Guessing this is one heading for the shadow planet or the edge of the system. This is I've lost 3 ships to stupidity in no, one to a random chance that I don't understand. 2 got overrun by biters. So this is not actually about biters. It was just that as I was designing it, I might as well design it better, and then I got a little bit out of hand. So maybe I'm over optimizing something that isn't really necessary. Maybe everything doesn't need to be like, I don't need to curse myself at having 5 empty tiles and just throw the whole thing away because I have a 5 extra empty tiles. Maybe that's just okay. What I do like about this design, though, is that it is that there's one belt here focused on rockets and railguns, and then another one focused on ammo, which is not really going to be active. The thing is about this is that moving ammo up wouldn't really get us any very much. Like, I'm just going to try to see what ammo up would do for us. Like, okay, I guess there's also the option of doing something like this, and then having a belt here, and then using these. That doesn't change it. It's just a waste of space, this part. But then these 2 could be over here, and I could have these 2 in the middle. But that is a massive waste of space. Like, look how much. It just doesn't feel like a waste of space because this feels like it takes 3 tiles. Yeah, but it shouldn't take 3 tiles. That's the issue here. Yeah, so this is a bad build. And if I just try to get them as close to this as possible, then... Okay, there's also something like this. Might actually not be the worst idea. That's interesting. Is it working? Yes, like that. Two lasers, 2 guns. This is about sort of trying to get the lasers up closer. And then... And the idea of this would be we're actually getting a lot of ammo up here. And that would mean this belt would be ammo and railguns. And then we'll make it a line of turrets below. That may be okay. Then there's a lot less emphasis on laser turrets here. You know, what I really like about this is the simplicity of it. Like, it fits exactly in the same space. Yeah, chaining is I don't want to go sushi because then I suddenly lose the ship and I don't really know if I lost it because the sushi got unlucky. We can also just put 1 extra in here if we really want to. And then there would be like down here would be for just a line of That would be like a solid line, which goes into a... I don't know. That's better. Now I've just lost all my laser turrets. To consider would be that the further the rockets apart from your target, the higher the chance you get hit by your own rockets. Would be that the further the rockets apart from your target. I don't understand what you're saying. Maybe I do. Like, the further back I put it, then of course the trigger's slower, and then as it comes in, then they'll meet halfway, and maybe halfway it's already inside the ship, yeah? Yeah, so the more distance, the more inside the ship my rockets are, the more likely it is that they are going to be shooting at stuff here, because that's the tracking only starts, yeah? This is a lot of ammo. I could also do something like this. Symmetry! Woo! Whoop whoop! We like symmetry. Maybe I like this better. Okay, so that's actually me who have to... Do we like this? The more damage to the smaller stuff that could be shot. Yes. I mean, whether this is good or not is kind of secondary. It's just beautiful. I agree with that. Has a little bit of lasers, just sort of here and there. I could also go all in and just go like that. But what I would need to do then would be sort of saying stack is no more than 6, for example. Like the stuff that goes here is 6, and then this one would be like, I don't know, 4. Maybe that one would be 8. Right? So it can do 12 in here, 8 in there, 4 back in there. So it doesn't empty them, because it has a tendency to put 12 in and then grab the 12, and then I get out of ammo all the time. I like the rocket behind the ray gun. Is hitting yourself really a real problem? Yeah, it kind of is, but I don't know. I think these are gonna be breaking, right? They have 750 hit points, and they will be shot in 1 hit. This is gonna be really a lot of Daka for this. And Dakas are, they are dealing a lot of damage, but I don't think I like that. I think I want to put a little bit of lasers in, and then we have to sort of set up the targets so they are only shooting at the small ones, right? We do have some with target, right? Like the small ones have basically no resistance against lasers. The medium ones have very high resistance against lasers, but they only have 400 hit points, so that means they basically should consider them as 4,000 hit points, and then one laser turret deals... What was it we found out about the laser turret DPS? It's 1200 DPS. So that means it needs to shoot for 3 seconds to kill one medium asteroid. Or 3 shoot for 1 second, which is a lot. Good. So I think that I need to just run away and pick up my daughter. I like this design, I think. I think I like this better. It's safer because we are getting this. They are going to be starting shooting earlier. That means there's less AoE, but look at the range of this. It's still going to be shooting a lot. Yeah. Okay. Break time. We're going to be There'll be a lot of things that we need to design on this planet, on this ship, before we can go out. But most of the things are just modules we already have, so. Be back in, no, not 2 minutes. About 17 minutes is my estimate from previous time, so I'm going to take a 17-minute break. If there's a moderator around, could you do an announcement that's saying that picking up and coming back and about just stay put. So, hope you're going to be here. I understand if you can't wait that long. It's totally understandable. But I'll be back in about 17 minutes. Thank you for your patience. lightning fast. Look at that. Off to the other end of the town and back again in 15 minutes. Damn, that's efficient. Anyone still here? Okay. So, what were we doing? Barthik, the new platform. We have a beautiful solution that we loved, so let's not change it anymore. This is our design. Okay. I think this is good because there's a belt here that's exclusively coming in with that, and there's another belt that is exclusively here. What we could do... Yeah, let's kill everything else. That's it has outlived its time. We don't even want to remove it. We remember it anymore.
Welcome home.
That one, that one, that one. We'll have 3 segments that is like this. Dennis, thank you for 4 months. And Factorio Musculature, tier 2 for 44 months. Absolutely amazing. Thank you so much. Ooh. Sujin, you made it to a 50 streak. Speeding ticket? No, no. Ah, right. So. And Silver Cecil, thank you for the 200 bits. And Honda Cow, thank you for the brand new subscription with Prime. And that's potentially a train incoming. Right. So there is this part here that I could be breaking up the middle and then getting things in here. Or I could get things in from the side. I think we need to design the side here. What is the side going to look like? I think we're going to be something like this. But the belt is here. That it's really difficult to see what shape it is. It's only when you do this you can see the shape that it actually has. Do we think we need this much on the side? Like 3 maybe is enough? This one to shoot the biters when they spawn. And then out here. Could that be a thing? What do we think? Choice boxes. I don't think I need it. There. So those are the 2 inbounds. Right? Do we like this idea? Not like that. Never really seen diagonal ray guns. Interesting. Will the sides not need lasers backups? 4 out of 5 events, exactly. I mean, these are still shooting. These are still shooting. And then we'll just go back to some kind of build like this. This is going to be our baseline, but it's going to be slightly different because we have this on its own belt. So this will also need to be redesigned. So let's do that now. Let's take this one out. And Sujin, thank you very much. That was it was stuck at 4 out of 5 events. I was like, someone's got to do something about that. Here. Nope, that's not correct. There. So now that it triggered a potential train, let's see where this might go.
A new subscriber.
Okay, so now the problem here is that we're going to need to have
We are building an army.
100-day delay. Thank you for the Prime. Welcome. Brand new Prime. Why is this not coming in? Oh, it's because it's just missing some of that. These are not long. These are not epic or legendary ones, because if they're legendaries, they're going to shoot way too far. Just imagine the ship we can build with an extra hour. No. The other way around. Just imagine that we can actually see the ship in action with an extra hour. I think that's more realistic to say it. Woo! Freak! Way! Thank you for the year of legendary quality content. Hope you and your family have a Merry Christmas. Thank you so much, Freak. Wow, that is an exceptional lead amount of bits. Sweet! Nice. Always with the lead bits, but this one was I don't know, lead bits. Nice. Thank you so much, Freak. And all the best to you and yours as well. An extra 3, yes. Thank you. It's crazy how bits move the bar so little compared to subs.
More shall gather.
Like that.
More shall enter the fray.
Thank you, Devis, for the 50 subs. Whew. That is ridiculously amazing. Thank you so much, guys. That's amazing. Devis wants another ship. Yeah, we're losing them. This... Oh. Yeah, we only have laser turrets on this side. That's actually convenient. There should be almost 0 action on sides. Yeah, almost 0, yes. Does 1300 bits warrant the ship, perhaps? Yes, it does. Why not just make the front wider so that you basically don't need rockets on the side? Yeah, I think so too. There is one reason why I don't want to do that. Because it's such an obvious thing that you just make it a little wider, and then anything that is shot by the front will just glide past. It's so fucking obvious. But I don't want to have anyone saying, "Oh, you're just copying Michael Hendricks," because it's so fucking obvious. But I saw someone do it on Reddit, and they were like, "Oh, this is my shadowed spaceship," and then comments were like, "Oh, that's just a copy of." And like, come on. It's not exactly like that. It's pretty obvious that if you build a hammerhead, then anything you shoot up front is going to be passing by the rest. You're missing a lot of asteroids as well, since your grabbers won't get anything either. Yeah, that's the problem here, is that I'm not actually getting... If these don't actually pick up both things, then it might be a problem. So, Devis, thank you so much for 50 gift subs. Where are we on this? We are actually already on a level 4 hype train, thanks to those two very generous donations. And that means we are 17%, and that means 83% of the level. If we get that, we get a bonus hour, and that means we'll actually see the ship in action. Woo! Be a nightmare to build ammo to around, but it would be quite effective, I think. Yes, I was also thinking the same thing. I was like, oh, it would be cool to have that. But actually, no, it wouldn't be particularly effective, because the front one would do the most of the heavy lifting, and you have to be able to shoot everything before it reaches the front, and then all your other turrets are behind. So here, it's anything that comes into range of any of these will be shot down immediately. Oh, there, right here. So as soon as it comes into that one. Oh, Davis, thank you for 20 gifts of life. Yesterday it was Timbo carrying the train all by himself, and now you're carrying it. Not all by yourself, but a big carry here. Thank you, 20 more. And Sujin, thank you for 5 gift subs. And Ducky, thank you for 200 bits. Alright, let's see if we can get some more people coming in here for the last bits of it. So anything that comes in here will be shot at by multiple at the same time. Executor with the 11 subs. Reverse type 1 engine, yes. I think that if you make the ship wider, you will get a bigger production rate. Yes, you'll hit. I keep trying to escape to get out of the map view, but that does not how it works.
Endeavors proliferate.
Another hour is completed.
A kind gesture.
Yeah. But then I'm kind of thinking about what am I doing now?
More shall gather. More shall enter.
There are a few ideas up for grabs. Like on the previous ship, I was doing like a whole roundabout with ammo and stuff, and I don't think that's needed. I think we need a railgun here and there, and I think we need a couple of turrets here and there. Sure. But we don't need the ammo. Problem here is that ammo is together with railgun, and rocket is alone, which is not the same as this. Which means maybe I need to sort of have here being railgun plus rocket ammo, and then once it comes up here, blah, 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 I don't know. Right? I don't know how that would work. I'd like to have my storage up front, because that's kind of close. I don't think it's going to be this kind of storage, but some kind of storage. Maybe it is actually this kind of storage. It was kind of okay. Maybe I need a little bit bypass. Yeah, so what I need to figure out is what are we going to do with the production. Like production down here, it makes sense because then I'm going to have the production of the rockets next to the, or the rocket fuel next to the rockets. That makes sense. And then I might as well build the rest of it also down here. Then the question is, like here I'm just putting it out on the belt, moving it around. Is that particularly efficient? Not in this particular case. We also have another little issue, to say the least. And that is, these ones are hard-coded to only grab. That's really not a lot. Like only 4 grabbers up front. Is that even gonna cut it? Like I think we'll also need like a grabber here. That'd be logical. Rogue laser turret here. Sure, why not? I mean, what else? Dog on the horizon, thank you for the prime. Welcome, joining in on this train. Sure. Yoink. Kind of like the idea of just being a little bit more here on the side, because we're going to be blowing so much up that all the stuff that comes in the front will just be lost. Too bad. But all the stuff that comes in here will be working. 60 seconds left on this glorious train. And only a modest 62 subs to get a bonus hour. Yeah. I think this is a really nice front. It also has a little bit of a curve feel to it. Although it would be better like this, I think. That would be... Oops. Like that. Then it would be the correct curve. And then we'll figure out. Good evening. Good evening. The longer break was enough to watch the YouTube video. Oh, really? But almost missed the hype train. Well, you have missed the hype train because it's over now. Unless there's Sysrek87. Thank you for the tier 1. Glorious.
We are building an army.
Now, Mark, you have officially missed the hype train. Thank you, Freak, and thank you, Devis, for an everyone else, but mainly Freak and Devis for those glorious subs here. Boop. And there, got something. Too late for more subs. No worries. You have certainly been throwing your subs around here. Yeah. So what is this? What is this? We need to figure out the logistics now. I think the front is good. It doesn't fall off. That's good. Let me take this part and then sort of reverse it over here. And then yes, I like this. I like this front. It's aesthetic-ish, and I think it works. Cool. So what we need to do now is figure out how we're going to do the logistics here. So what we need is we need 2 lanes. We need a dedicated lane for Promethium. We need a dedicated lane. Or do we though? Couldn't we combine like asteroids plus ammunition? No, rockets? Rockets? So a belt that is full of rockets on one side and all the other stuff. Yes, because then we only need 3 belts. Okay, so let's see. One that has ammo plus railguns. One that has asteroids plus rockets. And one that has Promethium only. For an additional storage module. I'm not going to have 5 storage modules. It's going to be 4. 4 is a better number than 5. But I do need some breathing room here. You give to almost as many subs this month as I ever did. Any chance you could need a full build of rockets since you get into really deep? What's your max rocket shooting speed? No, I can't. I'm not going to consume 120 per second. That's... Or I'm not even going to be consuming 120. Let's see. Rocket speed is 1.7 plus 0.5. So that's 2.2 per second. So if we look at here, we have 15 plus 35. So that's 50. So 50 times 2.2. Or it's 110. So if they're all shooting at the same time, I'm using a full belt. They're not going to shoot all at the same time. But it's worth noting that we do need quite a lot. It's definitely worth noting. I love the front. So if I do this... Let's just keep this getting stuff inbound, right? So one of these could be Promethium, and the other one could be not Promethium. Like this. And, that would actually have to be opposite. Because That actually is a thing. Okay. That doesn't seem awful. To me, at least. That goes in, and the other one bypasses. I like. This one goes in, and the other bypass. Yeah. Goes in, and bypass. So those will be the primary ones. Then let's see. That's definitely a thing. This one is not a thing. That doesn't need to be here. So these. There we go. We got some of that going. And then the Promethium. That's not going to be fast enough for Promethium later on. No, that's not the Promethium belt. This is the Promethium belt. Whew, which I don't know how I'm going to get in there. But it could also be, this could be the Promethium belt, to be honest. That would be a lot easier to manage, because then I could do this. And then those would be like the Promethium now. Consumed helium. I don't think I have. So you might be losing it. This one is supposed to get from this belt here, which it cannot get. Because it would have to be out here or here. This is a good... Oh, right. It's a neat location. I can just do that. There you go. So that's actually really nice. Rocket production should be the same as max consumption. I don't think so. I think that's too much. Okay, so this is actually a really smooth way of doing it. I wonder if that works on the other side. Now I'm kind of losing... Inbound. Oops. And that goes up. So this... That's still correct. And this is also correct. And that one is not the right one. Alright, this is good. Good. So here... This is the Promethium belt, this is Promethium belt, this is Promethium belt, and these two are Promethium belt. They are totally manageable. Absolutely. Do I want a rotational belt? Maybe. Then the question is... Let's design this part. One belt... Yeah, okay. I'm gonna need 3 belts here. passing by this location. That's going to be a little bit interesting. The outer belt is going to be railguns plus ammo. We're not going to have ammo. Good. Then the second belt will be on the outside belt. Outside will be what is it called? Asteroids. So that looks good. And on the inside belt, I will have Promethium. That looks remarkably correct. Huh. Interesting. How that just did not seem to be a problem. Huh. Cool. Yes. You. Brilliant. Are you going to make ejection on this one? I think I have to. I think that's the sane thing to do. And if we're going to redesign, then let's redesign it like properly. I like this. Now we're actually having 3 belts running around. 2 grabbers for Promethium. Oh, right. There's a problem with this one, actually. Yeah. Otherwise, they might be too slow. But I don't honestly think that's going to be the case here. Oh, why is... Oh. Yeah. Then I have to move... Like that. Like that. But how does it tile? This one's superimposed on this. Yeah, it doesn't work. Nope, it does not. Okay, we're gonna have to do it in a different way. But honestly, I don't need this many.
Welcome home.
Right, so I need one that's here, here, and then potentially... Maybe that's actually correct. What was that? The DSM! Hey, thank you for 38 months. There, and then one out here that's skewed. I think this is actually good because now this thing is tileable on that one, right? Yes, good. That's what I wanted to see. Okay, let's see. Now comes the next question. Is it actually correct? Promethium on the inside. Yes, that corresponds to that one. So let's see if this is the Promethium. I know that we'll have to do something about the insides and outsides, but at least like this. Then the next one is the... No. Promethium. Asteroid rockets. Okay, so this thing here should then match here. And then the question is, how far do we go up? This would be fine. Although the grabber isn't really doing much at this point. But it's also interesting how close I'm now making it. Like, I'm actually making it exactly as close as the previous build. Which is kind of ironic because I didn't really want to do that. Is there a way that I could not do that? I do have more room to build here, so I could do something like this and go like, okay, I can actually, oops. So we give ourselves a little bit more room in here. This looks awful, but I don't think there's another way. Woohoo! That makes all the difference. Yeah, so let's keep this module. This is our side defense module. Ooh, that's not what I wanted, but this one, sure. Didn't you want to make the top wider? Yes, but not a lot wider. Just a little bit wider. For me, this is wider. Maybe even like this would be fine. This is too narrow, I think. Because I do need a little bit more space on my stackers here. I'm a little bit afraid that if I do this, I'm not actually winning anything from anything here. Also, I'm only putting things on the outside of the belt for the Promethium belt. So what's the point of having a full belt if I'm not even using it? Oh, actually, I'm not. This one's on the side, I'm putting it on the inside of the belt. Okay, let's try this. Let's try this. And I'm just... This is not final, and I'm going to move it up a little bit more, but... Just kind of... Did I like or did I not like this? This one was a force of sort of... We had already built it, and then we were stuck. So this is the Promethium belt. And then the question is, how am I going to pick up from the Promethium belt? This doesn't exist. This doesn't exist. We're just going to look exclusively on the stuff that exists. Or that is relevant. Like these don't exist. Now, is it time for us to look again at this build? Like, I built it in 2 minutes, and then it was like, oh, this is actually not bad. And then we kind of got stuck with it because it's 5,000. It has inputs and outputs next to each other, which is great. But it has a combined flow rate of 15 if we get on both sides of the belt. Do we get on both sides of the belt? Yes, we do. So here's, oh yeah, here's the other part of it, was that it would actually, I couldn't do this before, but I could do it now. Instead of having this thing here, I could just do like that. And then it goes in. I could even take my, so let's see, this is the output. The overflow output. Oh, this is fun. Okay, let's try and... Okay, let me explain what I'm having here. This is the official entrance to the storage box, 5,000 storage. This is the official output. And this is the place that it goes through, yeah? So I could be doing something like this and saying, this is going to be forced outbound, so anything that comes will be trying to go in, because this is also the bypass. They go straight in, ignoring all of this. When this stacks up, it's not going to fill up this belt anymore. Cool. Then the stuff that comes here will not be forced in here. It'll just be half of it goes in here, half of it goes on. Yes. And When it comes here, it'll try to go into the bypass, and then it'll go around. And if I'm looking at it, then all the inputs from here may have, let's say, that's a full belt coming in. Then that will be half of it in. That means it's a half empty belt here. Cool. This one will be controlled by sort of when you release it back on the belt, because we don't really want to do that. Unless we need to. The one thing that I want to do, I don't know if I can, is actually make it stacked, make it balanced. I feel that balancing it was the bigger issue before. So if I can do this, I think that's great. It's a poor man's balancer, but we're poor here. So that means that whatever comes in, it might be a little bit unbalanced, but it will go in here pretty well balanced. It'll go in here, fill this one up, get used. I don't think I want anything different for this. This is a good build. This, not so much. Might want to, well, we definitely want to remove that. And then just give it a whole thing a little bit more breathing room. You could even use output left so that they fill the others first and only get right when stacked up. No, I don't want to do that. I want to empty the belt because I'm also getting like more in here and more in here, and those are the ones that are up front, so they should be busy. And I want that to come in. So I do like this branch actually. The only problem I have with it is that it doesn't work. It doesn't scale very well. Or it works this way, but it doesn't work the other way. Right? Damn it. I'm missing space. I need this moving one out. Yeah. I think this has to be moved one out. Why? Well, this is moving only in the direction, which means that this bypass, all this, is really only working one direction. That direction. Because let's say if I didn't do it, then I would be like, okay, so here I'm going to come in, I'm going to use the same method here to do that. But then the output... Okay, well actually it does work, because I can branch it back and merge it here. Okay, so maybe I could actually make it work. It's weird, but let's try and make it work. That is a weird bit of spaghetti, but everything makes sense to me. So the Promethium comes here, and then half of it goes into the first storage. Okay, fair enough. But it also comes out later on. But the stuff that moves on will be trying to force into this one, which is the bypass, where it comes from when it's going through the storage, and also when it has gone through or anything that's remaining on the belt. Just try to get in here. Then the next, if there's anything, when this one is full, it'll go over here, and then half of it will be put into the storage. And whatever is remaining will try to go into the bypass. That will combine with this and go in here. And then I'll do the same thing for the other two. Why is your bypass going through the entire thing first? Going to the crafting. Wouldn't it make more sense to have the other way around? Yes, you're right. So you'd actually want the bypass to be first. But then it can't really merge with that one. Mm-hmm. Don't ask me to explain what this does, because I barely understand it myself. I don't like this. Why do I not like it? Because I think that now Oh yeah, that's true. I will never take things out of this location and back out on the belt. There's no way that that would make sense. That was like an old design. So it doesn't need to go from the storage out on the original belt. So this is not really needed. Cool. Okay. So let's do bypass first. Yeah, that sucks. Um,
Our illustrious champion
so
returns.
bypass
Welcome home.
combined with post storage. Where's my post storage on this one? Here. That is post storage. That's not easy. Here we go. Ava, thank you for the 8 months. Do we have any idea what's going on? Okay, let me try to explain it. The stuff that comes in happily comes in here. Then it will be trying to be forced into a bypass. Everything that can will be forced in here. Goes here, jumps over, merges together with something else, the stuff from storage, goes in, merges with the other thing here, and then goes in here and gets consumed. Okay, so if that's full, either because this one can't consume fast enough, or because it's just not consuming yet, or it's run out of eggies, then it'll go on to the next one, which will take half of it and branch half of it into the storage. So half of it goes into storage, lovely. And when it's going all the way through the storage, this stores 5,000. Then it comes out here and merges together with the bypass to go in here. The next one is the same. Let's pass through it. There's a problem here. Bypass goes in, merges with the stuff from the storage. Yes. If it doesn't bypass, then it goes in, half of it goes in and becomes part of it. Sweet. And then we have 2 of these. And then we have this moving a little bit up. It's actually on this belt, right? Isn't it? Yes, this is the Promethium belt. Let's look at the branches in. This branch are fine. This branch is surprisingly fine. This branch is surprisingly fine. And these branches are unfortunately also working. But they will then need to do another round trip. That means this space is actually allowed to be taken out. And now in this case, I actually want to bring it up as far as possible. That means here. I don't think I need this, do I? Yeah, so everyone has a bypass because they're also being added at different times. They will not be loading up evenly, but they will be loading up. I think that I need to take some of this out. This goes here, this... Yeah. Woof. Bulgara? No, clever. And this, let's see if this is working. See, it's not really working here. There's got to be something that's wrong here. Like, where's this one going? Oh, yeah, this is supposed to be hitting this part, but it's not. Yeah, that's no good. I think all of this could be mirrored, and then it would work. Like that, yes. So that got mirrored, and then it works. Could you consider also streaming on YouTube? Yes, I could consider streaming, and I have considered streaming on YouTube as well. And there's actually a really good argument for streaming on YouTube as well. I think that it was most, like, there's a really good video by Penguin Sea or Huge Charles or Moist Critical. Moist Critical is probably like, yeah, Moist Critical, where he's talks about multi-streaming on Twitch and YouTube. And of course his numbers are a little bit more impressive. Little bit. But his arguments are really sound. Like almost everything he says. He's surprisingly smart. And oh, there's some belts that are not agreeing on which way to go. There you go. And yeah, so what he's saying is you're making more money on a live stream on Twitch. And he was like showing like, okay, he showed his best streams and he was like, okay, this stream made, I think it was like $10,000 on Twitch during the live stream. Like that was his best stream. Pretty good. And then he was like, yeah, but then this stream went over and it was also streaming on YouTube, and then it became a VOD, and during the live stream it made like $1,000 on YouTube, even though there were 5 times as many people watching it on YouTube. So the live stream experience, much more valuable on Twitch. But then he said, but in the 6 months since that has happened, the VOD has been on YouTube, on his main channel, soaking up ad revenue, and has made him $84,000 for that live stream. So the live stream in and of itself is more valuable on Twitch, but over the long run, because people also watch his old content, and of course his numbers are way inflated, but the principle is actually really sound, and it's something that I was kind of aware of it, but it kind of struck a chord with me, like how, like of course I can just divide by 100, but still, it's still really impressive and really interesting that it's actually the ad revenue on YouTube that over time that is the most valuable for someone like him. Not the live stream itself, but it's the down the line. And I put my VODs on a remote YouTube channel that no one knows that makes $100 a month or something. So that's not exactly comparison. But if I was keeping it on my main channel, then it would probably sort of rake in views. However, if I did that, it would be really confusing to most people who are watching my YouTube channel that I'm like, oh, the Great Glebber Overhaul. Why is there a Great Glebber Overhaul that's 5.5 hours? And there's another Great Glebber Overhaul with a nicer thumbnail that's 32 minutes. Which one am I supposed to watch? Because I kind of play the same thing. If you sort of play a game and then just that's it. If I didn't do YouTube content, I would definitely, or if I was streaming a game but wasn't really making dedicated YouTube videos afterwards, I think that this would be very valuable. But the way that I have decided to do it is actually do twice as much work by just live streaming it, and then instead of just dumping the live stream on YouTube, then someone triggered a rant, I guess. Then I am saying, okay, I'm going to take the 4 or 5 hours of designing this and compress it into a 30-minute video where I'm just going to like, oh, we'll do this, we do this, we do this, and we do this because of that, and then the whole thing just works magically in the first try. Well, that's not the case if you watch my Twitch episode, right? So I think that I get the same benefit. I just do it in a different way by making the curated content of the live stream myself. could label them as Factorio ASMR. You can stream on a second channel to avoid the confusion. Yes, and if I stream it on the second channel, there'll be this many people watching. That's the thing. You either leverage the community you have to get the audience, but then you also annoy the community you have by sort of giving you, here's twice as much content you need to relate to. And YouTube can do some things where it doesn't pop up in your recommended feed with live streams. But then I'm like, what's the point then? That was the whole point to start with. So I think that for me, I get that benefit, but I get it through additional work. Because I'm like, okay, the value of the live stream isn't just going to be like, here's the VOD live stream. It's going to be me taking that and making it into a curated YouTube experience that fits better for YouTube and therefore also gets more views, gets sort of more engagement, and yeah, that's kind of where it works. Please make the belt storage type out. Don't know what type out means. I feel like your bypass should be after the balancing. If you have 4 anyways, do you do one input between balancing and bypass and it's balanced? You're saying take this balancer out and put it up here. Then I'd also have to put it after that one and after that one and somewhere else as well. So I have room for it, so I'm gonna put it here. Makes sense. I like the shorter YouTube videos. I can watch the live streams I happen to be available for, but watch the much shorter YouTube videos to see the results and not have to worry about missing streams. Exactly. Sithroth, this is exactly what I want, because I know that not everyone is going to be watching all my YouTube, all my Twitch streams. Some of you are, and that's super amazing. But I can't really expect that and go like, well, if you didn't watch all of them, you are just lost and that's your fault. That's not really how things run and work around here. I mean, look at that. More laser turrets down the middle. Okay, we're just pushing it. Yeah, so I want the YouTube. If you watched all my YouTube video and then just crash in on a live stream, then you might go like, oh yeah, I can relate to where we are. Of course, this we haven't done in YouTube yet. So yeah, I like it. Different times, different media. After work, a few videos of YouTube before dinner. Afterwards, Twitch on the side with gaming, general browsing. Could contain near state. Yeah, the extra effort is noticeable. Thank you. So basically you've decided to do more work for less money, but being nice and more helpful to viewers. Thanks. Thank you, Samagod. Yes, that's I mean, I'm not doing it to be helpful. I'm doing it because I think it's the best thing for my brand and my community. And yeah, so it's not like I don't do it out of altruism. I do it because this is the kind of content that I would want to watch. So can't remember watching all the YouTube vids, then jumping into stream works. Thank you, Mad Badger. Because I'm kind of, sometimes, I haven't done it lately, but just saying like, hey, come watch on YouTube. And then that sort of drives people from Twitch, from YouTube to Twitch, and then go like, oh, I didn't know you were streaming. By the way, I really love this shape. Also, it doesn't look like a penis, which is good, but it has like this little kink here. I like it. I like kinks. I am very kinky. Also when it comes to spaceships, apparently. But I think it has a nice sort of... This is the bastion, the fortress. And then here's the side of the ship. I love it. Beveled. Yes, beveled. Then I have YouTube Premium. I prefer watching live on YouTube, but I hate stream VODs on YouTube. Oh, really? Okay. I do think the community is better on Twitch, and the engagement is better on Twitch, but the player, not me, the video player, is better on YouTube because you can rewind easily. Or if you join a stream later and you go like, oh, I want to watch this stream, but at 125, then you started at 125 on Twitch, and then suddenly the video stops. Like, because you started it, and then it's 1.5 hours, and then you, after that 1.5 hours at 125, the video stops. Instead of just running in on YouTube, it does that and it catches up with live, and then it just goes back to live mode, which is super smooth. Cool. Break and time. Awesome. I like this ship. I like this. This feels solid. And we have 3 belts running around, so now the next part is just kind of shuffling things around to sort of figure out what things we want more space. We definitely want more space here, and we're gonna have to figure out how to... I'm gonna move this on top. Ooh, yes. Alright, anyway, back. The main problem of the stream VODs on YouTube is that there is no chat. Yeah, that's true. Alright, short break, be back in 2 minutes. Right, we're back. So graphics said YouTube feels more structured and informative, Twitch more interactive, relaxed, and creative. Thank you. That's exactly what I was going for. That is, I could not have a. If I had a mission statement, that would be exactly what it would say. Okay. Yeah, on-screen chat might be nice, so I'm not really sure how well that works. It fits on your stream. I don't like it. I try to keep the real estate as clean as possible. That's also why I use a green screen, and most people have like things in the background and that box and stuff, and for me, I know it's old school to use green screen, but I prefer that the most of the game is visible and less clutter and all that other stuff. W Tiger, thank you for the 25 months. So, thank you. Cool. Let's do the next part, and that is going to be the design of... We're going to lean a little bit heavier into the radar on this. Right. Let's do that. How many did we have before? We had 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. So with this setup, we're getting 10. maybe even more. This line between here is what we're going to be taking out at some point, so... There we go. I could put more in, but I don't think I need it. And this space here, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, this is going to be taken out. Do I actually need to merge them? I don't think so. Maybe? Because then I could just do this instead. Yeah, that's probably better. That means now that could move up. Now there's one more taking from the left compared to the right belt. Feels uneven. Yes, but that's actually... Since this is the first one, the belt will be more full and this one will be more filled up. Therefore, I probably should even do that one. Would probably make more sense because I'm going to get a lot more into these two, primarily this one, than any of the other ones. Oh, and funnily enough, that should also be here because I don't want to send anything onward to another cycle if I can. One thing to consider would be to convert the Twitch chat to subtitles. A programming streamer called does that. Convert it to subtitles. Yeah. No. I'm sorry, but the value of my VODs is extremely low. And by me, value is like... I barely get any views on my VODs on YouTube. So, like, there isn't really a market or an interest for me, for anyone doing this. 1,000 views on these, right? Well, that's one of them, but that's... no, not even. Like 300 views, 400, 200, 100. Yeah. No, I'm not going to waste a second more on this than I already am. This is also why I'm not really bothering with it very much, is because it has so low value. Like, I do it as a kindness and not because it has a value. Like, the effort of just uploading them, checking the dates, giving them the right name, making sure they're in order, putting the thumbnail, the scheduling, the playlist, the categories, the save for children, the monetization, all that stuff. You have to do that for every single thing manually. And then for somewhere between 150 and 300 views. Definitely not worth it. Your bypass only has the problem that it mainly uses one side of the belt. Does it? Why does it only use mainly one side of the belt? I don't see why the bypass would do that. Because things come in here and they get balanced? No, they don't. They don't get balanced. But they get merged from both sides, yeah. But do you plan to design emergency bidirectional extraction? Yes, I do. Hello, Moon. Good evening. That's my intention. Okay. So, what are we gonna have here? Let's do a little bit of other design. This thing here needs to be reworked. This was constrained by how much we had, and there are now actually going to be more belts going in and out, so let me just redo this completely. There. Right. Now I can't remember what I had, so I don't know if it works. We're going to have 2 belts coming in. One is going to be only rockets and asteroids, but we're not going to take the asteroids out. So Can't remember how we were doing this. This is then taking rockets, and you're also outputting rockets. Yeah, fuck. Damn it. How do I make it not enabled? Let me see. This is going to be incorrect. It has to be like this. No Promethium science. We know. And then we have the other one, the other belt. This is going to get 2 things inbound. It's going to grab and then it has to output them again. Right? Which one do we want on what side? We don't really know. Yeah, we do kind of know. This is easier to output on the side, and this is easier to just smash in on the same side. So I want on the inside, I want the ammo. Renee, thank you for the 17 months. Your account might be low, but don't discount the continued engagement. Instead of dropping off when one misses a stream, you can catch up with the VODs. A regular mod viewer is more likely to give monetary support. Yeah, but that is true. That's true. Like, we know that Moon is watching the VODs and Gynacube is watching the VODs, and, you know, they certainly made their presence known. So you're absolutely right. That is not just about the views. It's also why I do it is because, yeah, it has a value, and I want to... I know that there will be some who can't follow the streams, but like the idea of the streams. And then I also watch live streams sometimes, just having a background if I'm sitting editing or preparing some stuff. Then I'm putting it on there as well. So, okay, inside belt is the lower. That means it's the upper. That means the upper will be that one. Yes, well, that's bound to happen, right? Yeah. And then the input comes from the side, yeah? Is this it? The one thing I'm wondering about is, since I'm now doing it parallel, how would it work with the merging over here? Let's get another line of this, for example. Smash it. Oh my god, I ruined it. So this one is important, so we'll put it somewhere. More will asteroids spawn more away in front when your ship barely touches a new grid from south? I have no idea what that means. More. Watch the VODs as well, but I try to do it while it's still on Twitch. Yes. Okay. I mean, I can also just leave it on Twitch. And then they just expire after 60 days, so I can just leave it there. I sort of, when I did it, I sort of had an idea that I would build a VOD channel that would actually have views and stuff, but I've given up on that. It got to 9,400 subscribers, and then it's stuck. It's completely hard stuck at that, and it's been stuck at I don't know, that amount of views forever. So I prefer to watch Twitch VODs on Twitch rather than YouTube, just because you can follow the chat interaction. Absolutely. Absolutely. And once the VOD is over, you can watch the whole damn thing anyway. Okay, so if I am going to do this part, then that means this is the Promethium belt, so that's not it. Oh, this is actually working quite well. Then I'm just kind of thinking how I would do the other one. That's gonna be a problem. It's so close to working. I could do this. Right? That's actually really simple. Huh. Do we like it? Reads a lot out of chat. So not every chat is lost on YouTube. Correct. I try. I promote on YouTube because my ad blocker works better on that site. Yeah. That too. This worked really well. Except it's turned the wrong way. But aside from that, whoop, we can shoot. You're not really enabled, disabled, are you? There we go. If you streamed on YouTube, I would watch the live streams and VOD there. But since you stream here, I much prefer to watch the VODs here. Because Twitch remembers the timestamp where I left the stream and start... Ah, right, that's a good point. Yeah, that's a good point. So if you watch the stream and then I fall asleep, then you can do it. Oh, by the way, this is completely irrelevant because it's not going to be here. It's going to be further up. Okay, so let's figure out what the space... We are going to be moving it 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 tiles down. What do we want there? Like, I think something like this would be excellent to have as a consolidated location here. And it almost works. One off. It's always one off. But if I did this, it would not be one off. Ah. And then this is just junk, so it'll go away. That is a nice dashboard here. One place where we can see the status of everything that's going in and out. 7 tiles larger. Could be an awful idea. I don't need it. I don't really feel that's going to win us anything. So, we're going to be now taking it in chunks. Here. And then it should fit snugly in place. Like that. Then we need to move the sides down. Oops. Where was this? Here, right? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Okay, it works. It seems to work. And then, of course, this part will have to find a new way of getting in and out. This is wasted space, but it's also just kind of important. And I can use this for that one. I'm gonna make more room down here as well. All the top side. Save. I was just thinking, crash. This is the hardest part. Figuring out the front so it doesn't fall off. That is still like one of the best executed sketches. Well, the front fell off. Would feeding the boss from the bottom make sense? What do you mean the front fell off? I don't think I have the most belt access here. If we just look at it, like a lot of it is now entangled in all of this junk, so I don't really feel I have so much access down here. Quite the contrary. But we do have like modules, like this module. It makes sense. No, it doesn't. It needs to be sanitized into the small module that we've come to know and love. Ah, hold on. Oh, it is on the outside belt. Okay, yeah, so this is correct. I think I need to start by pruning this down here so it doesn't have all sorts of weird things. Because these are the things that we add afterwards. And this is also a module that is going to be useful. I'll need to clean that up. There. This is outdated.
Returns. Welcome home.
Hasana, thank you for the 42 months. Always grab your towel. Have to leave Earth. Yes. Let's see. I'm gonna take this part. Yes. Because that's... Oops. Cut. There. Cut this out and... build it a little bit down. Just so that we get some breathing room here. There's also something wrong here. That's good. This one, not good. It's fucking one off. One off. Damn it. And if I move this, then it works perfectly. So now I need to move you a little bit up. Ah man, we get into that phase already. The phase of just, just need one more tile. Just one more tile and then I'm gonna be happy. Yeah. Okay. I do not want this here. This one definitely has to be moved further down because I need more storage. This one though, also kind of annoying place. This would be so much better if I moved it up, because then I would gain some space here, and this has no value at all. Can we think of any value? I mean, there's one thing that would be valuable here. But it's not going to protect us against the amount of biters that we will suddenly have if the proverbial shit hits the fan. So this is not going to make a difference. Oh yeah, emergency ejector. Yes, that's true. That could also be right there. That should actually be right there, right? Because all it needs is like this. The ejector. The only thing is, this is fast, but is it fast enough? So you fly towards the shattered planet with eggs? Yes, I do. Put the fluid tank to collect the coolant beside moving the power plant, so you don't move the tank and all liquid stays in there. Oh, I don't care about the liquid. That doesn't matter. Well, it does matter because I'm going to lose my power, and I kind of like power. Woo! Well, hello there. And thank you, Maxis CP. Thank you for 10 gift subs out of the blue. There. That should give us a little bit of emergency power. Thank you. To what do we owe the honor? What is the occasion for such generosity? Random generosity, even. Twitch only broken for me today. Okay, I had to refresh the stream 5 times. Oh, that doesn't sound great. Consider get the Promethium first and then get the eggs afterwards. No, I do know what I'm doing, says the guy. Trust me, I have lost 3 spaceships before. I know what I'm doing. Yeah, this is not our first rodeo. And Samagot, thank you for the 200 bits. So I do know what I'm doing. I do know exactly what I'm gonna do. But I've learned from my mistakes, and like basic stuff is not really gonna help us out right now. That's interesting. They're gonna input on the same side though. But I could do something like, let's see, right hand side in the direction of travel. So this would actually be on the opposite side. So this would be able to get rid of him extremely quickly. And then if I also do this, then go away. Off we go. Is there any downside to doing a huge ass ship? The cost of the ship is more. So if you can't afford it, then you shouldn't do it. Oh, I don't want to have this up, even if I don't need it. The next thing is that the bigger it is, the more thrust you need, but that's kind of a trivial thing. Okay, I think we got a little bit more space here, so let's start moving. This is a module that I'm going to ruin. How long does it take to eject 15,000 croissants? I mean, we're not going to ejecting 50,000 croissants, but I think the stack inserters, speed stack inserters are about 50 per second. Hey, Badam, thank you for the 200 bits. So they're about 50 per second, so 100 every 2 seconds, and if they're 2, then it's about 100 per second. Yeah. The solar looks like a hammer. Yes. Just make the solar all the way out here. Alright, so now I can take this one out. I mean, I can make it all the way up here, but I'm just kind of feeling that, oh shit, I shouldn't have done that because, oh no, now I can't. Something. But on the other hand, if I do this, then this one can actually be right there, which I think is an advantage. I mean, it is an advantage, but yeah. And the whole thing goes moving a little bit down. Oh, it can't go up there. And Ashkan RSPOQA. Is it QA or OA? I don't know. OA. Thank you so much. Welcome back. Keep up the good work. Your videos are very helpful. Thank you. Much appreciated. Oh, look at that. It's actually a potential train coming already. These two. Yeah. You're just putting it in there.
Our illustrious champion returns. Welcome home.
I like this extra ejector. And Bionic Man, thank you for the 7 months. Thank you. Yeah, this kind of has to be... Yeah, I can't move it. There. Damn.
Tales of our endeavors.
Hello, Moon.
Proliferate.
Thank you so much for 5 gift subs. You're still with us? I see. And then just that corner. Yeah, top right like this. Sure. Yeah, I think that's better. Much nicer. Yep. The whole reaction. Well, this is actually fine. I like this. I'm gonna go with that. I don't know how to get these hooked up. So, power and wire belt. Yeah, it is, but I don't need it. Later, thank you, Moon, for joining. I'll watch the VOD in the morning on Twitch. Could you connect the fluid output to the reactor across the cargo hub terminal? Still save you 1 vertical spot. Yeah. It feels a little silly, but yes, I could. Okay. So, this one. I was redesigning this one. This will now have 3 conditions. Instead of having... It'll have 3 conditions. So let's... The first one is, when are we going to do the iron reprocessing? Or the metallic reprocessing? That is when the metallic is greater than the carbonic. And the metallic is greater than the icy. And the metallic is greater than some kind of threshold. That should actually be greater than or equal to 150. 150 seems low. Okay, we'll go 200. Good. And then you set out a green signal. Good. And that's exactly what this does. Green equal 3? No, just green greater than 0. And that goes in here, and this one will only enable when green is greater than 0. There. And then we can just kind of kill the other ones. It should actually be from here. So this one should be the carbonic. And this one should be the oxide. And here it'll be carbon over metallic, carbon over ice, and then carbon over 200. Yes. And here it'll be ice over carbonic, ice, which is not ice, it's oxide over metallic, and ice here. Good. So those three conditions, they will get a green wire in here, which will come back from the belt they're hooked up to. So we'll just do this. This is a very cool little module that we're going to be using on almost all of our ships in one shape or another. This is just making sure that it rebalances itself, whatever it has. That was a short little train of 1 level. That's nice. One of the controllers at a time. You could use set recipe. Yeah, yes and no. Yes, it is possible to do that. Fucking hell if I'm going to spend 1.5 hours designing something that only barely works better just to save a few tiles. The thing is with set recipe, it's good, in my opinion, when you have to set the recipe and then forget about it. It is not good when you set the recipe and you need to change it all the time. And because then you have to check that, oh, what is in there? Okay, is the craft done? Yes, it is. Okay, has the craft completed? Because otherwise what will happen is that there's 201 and 201 of the other. So this activates, it grabs from the belt. Now there's 199. Oh, now it's actually the other recipe. Swip the recipe, throw things out, and pick up the stuff from the... Oh, now that's 199. Goes back to the other one. And so you have to make sure that it only changes the recipes every X seconds or every X crafts, or you end up just spending so much time on dealing with edge cases that, well, for me, not worth it. And this one is just hooked up to a belt to signal what we're going to pick up. Hysteresis problems. Exactly. And I just don't really bother with dealing with that. Okay, so I have this radar, and this radar is communicating. It's just basically sending the signals all over the place. So if I have somewhere else that I need signals, like down here, then I don't have to sort of jump the signals. I can just put in a radar and then leech out the signals. So this is for our engine unit. So now what we need to do is reorganize this and probably scale it up. Oof. This research will never get done because it's kind of relying on Promethium science, so that's not happening. Let's get a few of these. I feel this is a little bit lackluster. Yeah. Let's get these instead. What is this one? 1 million? Sure. Let's go for the 1 million. That's 8 million. 2.2 million, but not really useful anymore. Scrap recycling might actually become a little more useful. Oh, it's so dirt cheap. Let's take that. Let's take that. Hey, check lever. Go to the bottom 3 Yamako agricultural towers. They are not connected. From your latest patron save. Yamako agricultural towers. It's probably a lot different. It's not from a YouTube episode. This is kind of junk, so it's probably for the YouTube episode. It's old digital controller guy. Yeah, I do know that you can use a latch, but then again, like we're making the simple problem extremely difficult in order to save 12 tiles. 9 by 9, yeah, 18 tiles. I think that I'm good. All right, let's see about the modules here. This I like. This I like, and this is not needing. Okay, so basically, let me explain it. This one is taking each of the different things inbound, and then converting it according to whether we need carbon or we need sulfur and carbon. Again, here if we need calcite or we need calcite and ice, and here if we need iron or iron and copper. And it kind of works. It's not quite working as much as I wanted to. Then it goes in here, gets reprocessed, and we're definitely going to need some bigger things here. So, but this I like, this I like. This whole thing with the ammo production. Let's see about this one. This is only producing 13.8. That's not great. I would like to double this. And the quantities are pathetic, so easily. Like that is, the explosive is not trivial, but that means the explosive has to be doubled as well. This part is expensive. How much do we make here? We do make 25 per second. We might need a little bit more, but this is the one that really causes issues. This is the one where all our copper plates are disappearing to. Good night, dude in the park. 127 is a non-trivial amount, and I'm only getting it in from one side, so that means this can't be scaled up because it's already peaked at 120. Over here, this is, if I take the whole thing here, it's 39 steel, and I'm producing double that. So steel is not an issue for doubling, but this is pathetically low. This needs to be doubled, if not even more. Is it possible to use laser turrets instead of gun turrets? Not in, not out here. Not where I'm going. I think. I'm going to use a little bit of laser turrets, and they'll be helping. They're also here on the sides. They're going to be fully loaded. But up here with the stuff that comes in and how fast it comes in, I don't think we can make do. No. The majority of the damage comes from the railguns plus the rockets, but we still need to clean up the remainder. And yeah, technically yes, practically no. I think that's a much better way of describing it, because if I say no, then go like, well, actually, and yes, it is possible, but I don't know what kind of tech levels you'd need, and crazy. The railguns targeting only the side. Right now we don't have any targeting set up, but I am going to set them up like this, but also that one. Big Promethium asteroids are also going to be shot with those, because I want the railguns to shoot as much as possible, because they're just carving paths. So when they shoot a large one, and then if they afterwards shoot a medium one, or not, the colossal one and the large one, then the large one will also just, in the line, will also just kill a lot of stuff. Double the front and have a circuit condition which will enable second state if first gets destroyed. That is the worst idea I could ever imagine. I mean, if you want 2, then why not 3 or 4 or 5 or 10 different layers? How about designing it so it doesn't get destroyed? Because you can't really do an extra layer. Outwards railguns are useless. Actually, even harmful. These ones are... Okay, I kind of understand what you're saying. I'm not... I think that's a simplification. Let's take the case where I think that it's coming. So, most of them are going to come in from the front, so that's fine. But some of them might also be coming in from side angle, especially as they get shot and then they break up. Then the stuff that comes out, if you see this corner here, it can curve through in this path here. And then it might get missed here. And then I'd really like to hit it if it gets so close. Like this, these should not be shooting very much. But I do feel that I have seen them, especially since the ship is rather long, then anything that sort of comes in at a trajectory like this will eventually sort of hit the back of the ship. And I have no way of of hurting a Colossal without railguns. So if I don't have a railgun, then I'm just basically saying there can never, under any circumstances, ever be a Colossal that comes in from the side or diagonally, and I just can't guarantee that. Use lower quality railguns for the sides. That's exactly what I'm doing. This is the normal one, and this is the large one, or legendary. Because I want these to shoot things as far out as possible. I just want this one to be like, oh shit, there's something coming in. Because I don't want to shoot the stuff that's out here. But if a Colossal is within this range, I damn well better shoot it. Because that's gonna ruin it. All my side railguns have 0 kills except the first one. Perfect. Awesome. But that's kind of like having an emergency parachute. Like, oh, I've never used it. Yeah, but it's really nice to have an emergency parachute if something goes wrong with the first one. And I can't guarantee that this one will catch everything always with 100% reload time and everything. Yeah, so I'm like, yeah, I don't think this is a bad idea. I think this is the safer option to do. So, if only you could limit to a straight line, yeah. Or you could also do like, would put them like this, but then they start sort of encroaching other things. I've also seen people sort of make little fortresses like this. Like, make them like this. There, there, and there. That looks it looks nice, but I don't think that's what I want. Anyway, what I want is to figure out how big this has to be by starting to move. Let's have a look at all of this. So this is half a belt of copper and iron and something here. So 45 of that is way more than I can do. No, it's exactly what I can do. Crazy. But I want to scale it up. I want to do this. Now I'm just making it so that we can see how much we want. So I can kind of... damn it. Yeah. And does this need to be doubled as well? I guess it does. So we're basically doubling everything. Well, I guess we're going to need twice as much resources. What? Oh, I don't have any of the modules yet. Okay. If I'm doubling it, then I'm definitely not doing this. This was kind of an emergency to kind of get going a little bit better. And I'm not really worried about the size of the ship. Okay, what are we getting? Yes, and speed modules, we got all that. Cool. So now 78. And a full belt of each. Wow. If only you could limit railgun. Okay, I use 600 explosive rockets at 100. 600 explosive rockets per minute or per second? Because per minute doesn't seem like much. Explosive rockets are doing 90% of the killing. Yes, railguns are just there to break the weak ones. I don't actually think so. I think the railguns are actually doing... the thing is, if I'm going to redesign it, I might as well just redesign it like this. I think that's better. So, I think I want to take this thing and then branch it off into this, branch it onto this, convert it into a bus with 1 iron, 1 copper, 1 combined steel and cable. Right? Does that make sense? Full belt, half a belt, and then also half a belt here. It's another space bus, yes. Just don't really have enough room for it, but whatever. Let's build it out here. Let's get this. And then once we sort of figure out the design, then we can see how much we can compact it. So let's have a look at this one. This is consuming 100 of each and not producing enough. Ouch. That's actually our bigger issue. But also, I think this is important. We can always throw more modules at it. This is only 100, so not even 2 of these would be enough. Whew. Alright, come on in here. Everyone, get in here. Nope. No. Oh, is this even working? No, it's not. It's not working because I didn't get the liquid inbound. Oops. Are we going to move this? I don't think I'm going to move this, so let's waste some more. Let's see, is this enough? It only says like it's half full for a ketone, but is that limiting it at all, or does it just need to have some in there? Let me just assume that it just needs to have some in there. Oops. Okay, so now we can use this space here. Hello, Timbo. Good evening. And doing the redesign. Nice, yes. 600 rockets per minute, so that's only like 10 per second, which is not much. And I'm now building 22 per second. I like it. And now speaking to the foundries. Yeah, we're going to redesign the foundries. So we're going to redesign the whole thing. But let's start with the busting and figure out what that would look like. It actually has to be 4 lanes because I also need this one out. And if we look at we've looked at this one. That's a full belt. That's a full belt. Like half, half, half. Which one of these should be alone? I think the explosives should be alone because the explosives go into 2 different things. Steel also goes into 2 different things. Yeah. How many railguns do I have in the front now? 24. And 50 rockets, 50 rocket turrets, I think. Could steel and explosives share a belt? Yes, they could. But then what about the cables? The cables is also just really convenient to get these 2 in here. Yeah. My peak usage was 60 per second at 450 kilometers. Wow, 450 kilometers, that's a lot. 450? Wow. I don't think this is going to be going towards the Shattered Planet, but I'd like it to be sort of feeling so safe that I feel like, oh yeah, we could do it. And then realizing that if we get there and just kind of shoot. Like, honestly, I do think that I have enough firepower. I don't think I can really cram in more firepower, and it's not sort of super wide, so... But I think that the one that goes to the Shattered Planet doesn't need to contain anything here. This is a farm ship. So anyway, we're going to need 4 belts. And copper, and this one will be explosives. Yeah. Just trying to see if there's a smart way to build them next to each other. I don't think this is the right way. Because if I look at the rockets, they only need explosives and iron, so let's keep those close. The rest of the iron goes in here. 9 ammo, so 15 would be more than enough. But this one is also only doing 5, so. But we're also building up a storage. I don't know how, if... Let's do this. Okay, so how would I do branches off of this into something meaningful? Let's start with this one. Oh, we don't have any of it. I need 6, right? Ah. I kind of wish we don't have to deal with yeah, deal with like, oh, need to save space on all of it. That's pretty much the same as this. 5.4, 4.9. They might be easier to deal with. It's going to be a hell of a lot easier to deal with. Right? It's exactly the same as this build, except we're just jamming in. Oh, stackers out. Rest could be done with extra speed in the assemblers. Yeah. That's exactly the same. So this is excellent. Like, this is a crazy easy build. Nice. Kill this. This is done. Solved. Oops. This one's solved. Okay, so this one. You can go out here. I don't like this part here. So let's see if I can get it. Now I need iron in here. I can get that out. No, I cannot. We have to make sure that it can be repeated. How fast is this? This is 20 and this one was 51. Ouch. Oh, because of all the speed modules. Ah. This is going to be the iron belt. There's an excess. That's the iron belt, and then I can get the other belt in here. Good. Then that is... Let's also get that as iron. And then you want an output here. So now the question becomes, if I want to double it, do I flip it around this side? I think I do. So that becomes a little bit wider, but not... It's one hell of a build, right? How fast is it? That's now 41. I think I'm going to be happy with the 41. Could make a little bit more by doing this one. Ratio, still. But this is also consuming, this is consuming all the copper. So this can go up to 240 copper and that's it. No more than that, because there's no point where this is, the copper is only going into this. But the iron though is a little bit, obviously we are also like 25% excess. 25% of what we produce is not needed. So that means it's not 240, it's 180 I'm using. And then the remaining goes into the rockets. Yes. All right, I like this. Would it make sense to scale up production and store explosives in the hub? I do that. Oh. Oh, no, I don't like that. No, I think that's too complicated. Yeah, I think that's too complicated. Because then I have to store them here, and then I still have to bring them out, and then I have to merge them back into the line, and then I was like, all of that shit, why didn't I just build it in the proper size? Are the inserters even fast enough? This one? 57? Yeah, kind of. But I think that's a good point. We'll get 2 of these. $120. Ah, no, this is the problem. No, I need more. Shit. Damn. Crap. So this doesn't work because I can't get enough inbound to this. Right? So I need 23. So this one, I can take my 123 and divide it by 30.75 and multiply by 23 point, I don't know, something 5-ish. That means it's 96 I need. Yeah, 96 is definitely too fast for one inserter. Okay, a little conundrum there. Or actually not, because that's still working. So, done. But it does kind of beg the question of, what about the neighbors, right? What about the neighbors out here? Like, is this beacon the same as that beacon? Like, is this it? It could very well be. But let's keep them separate now. That's kind of the next stage of the design. Good. Good. I like it. Oh, I cut. Yes. So that should be fast enough. And let's make sure so we don't get spoilage everywhere. It's so funny. After you design on an Aquilo, then designing somewhere not with Aquilo, like, oh, it's so easy. I don't have to think about heat pipes. After you've been to Gleba, then you come somewhere else and go like, oh, it's nice. There's no spoilage and nutrients and all that shit. It's just pure. I love it. So, save. Back in a couple of minutes, and just gonna go back and look at the ship so we can get a sense of what we're actually working on. Okay, I think we're close to having the modular design, and then we can get started on sort of piecing it together into something. I think we're going to be running out of space on this spaceship, but we'll see. Be back in 2. Good, welcome back. It still makes sense, even without spoilers, to always set filter on stacking so as to be 100% sure it doesn't stack with something else. Yeah, I know. It's also just, since there's nothing on the belt, it helps visualize what my idea is. Like, oh, what is this? Oh, right, it's the iron coming in here, and then it's the mixed belt here. Which should be fine, because this is going to consume 100, and yeah, that's exactly half a belt. So, fine. Let's look at the last design. I really like this one. So, let's see if that is applicable. See, this is half as much as we want. Is there any way that I could improve this to be... Could I make it double beaconed on everything? Well, this is... Yeah. Oops. What? Is it going upwards? Why is it going upwards? Oh, I think it's just because I rotated it a couple of times. Right, so this is not actually using very much of anything. So it can actually just get a combined belt. And even if I doubled it, it would still be less than a belt. So that's an interesting idea. That means these are nice and short and fat builds. So do I want to make a short and fat build, or do I want to make something else? Yeah, 2 builds in the middle is going to double up on the middle ones, but not on the outer ones. That just doesn't work like that. We'll set the filters later on. Right now we're just testing. If I did a module here, there's no way that I can reach here and reach there at the same time. That would be too close. So that is not working. Then I'd have to do it the same way as this, where I have one in the middle and then one on the outside, which is okay because, you know, it works over here. It just kind of feels stupid to double up the beacons, but on the other hand, then that's the same beacon as that, and this one is the same beacon as that, so maybe it's not a big deal. How much would this be? That would be like 15, which is less than the 22, but it's still a pretty decent amount. No other mods than the rate calculator, and the rate calculator is mainly because otherwise you have no idea what's going on. Not specifically you, but plural you. I'd like to get to 20. I hate this music. It's, if you can even call music, it's just ding 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 ding. Yeah, I like this. And none of these are particularly fast. 9 and there. So this can support 20. This one though, this might be a little bit different. Oh, that's not working. I did not see that. Oh dear. Huh. Surprise, surprise. That should work. But is it enough to get 2 different things in? Ah, this is pushing it. Why not double the length instead? Like this one and just make 2 next to each other. That's also on my to-do list. The reason why is because this is short, and then if the other one is twice as long, then it just might not be as efficient to place it. Then the other option is making it next to each other, and I kind of get affected by this beacon though. It tiles quite well, but then it takes a lot more space. Okay, I like this, I think. I don't like this beacon. These beacons are okay, but this beacon is bad. Are there any other options? Okay, so this is the space that I need, but now I need to redo all of this here. And this is not working. Not even close. Let me just untangle it from where it's located right now. And then see, could I add more beacons and then get something out of it? Yeah, I could, but that's not really what I want. Okay, this is fine, and this will be one belt, and this would be another belt. So these would have to go. There, right? Here we go. This is the 3 lanes coming out. And let's see. Haha, those numbers, not cool. Not cool at all, by the way. Let's look at the iron first. This is not even close. Shit. Well, this is also wrong because these need to be swapped. What about now? 144, it's better, but it's not good. But we also have a huge excess, so that's not the problem. Is the rate calculator better than max rate calculator? Max rate calculator was the one I used in the beginning, and then it kind of got discontinued, but I don't know if it got better. And then rate calculator was better, and then, you know. Yeah, this is our main issue. Let's have a look at this, because this is now the exact numbers. Oh crap. Well, it's not actually our exact numbers, because it's overscaling that by a lot. But is it too much? Like, this is the correct amount of iron. Exactly. So it's 60 here. This one I have to figure out how much is overscaled. Okay, so I need to take the 246 divided by 61.5 and multiplied by 46.21. That's 184 plus the 60 from before. That's 244. So it is a full belt. And then it's even that is stacked. Whew. Yeah, so we can't really do this unless we need an extra one. Let's just put it like that. We need an extra iron plate. That's fine. So what we do now is not the belting part. It's just purely beacons and modules and stuff, right? But this one is now double affected. That kind of seems stupid, right? Yes. Yes. $74, and this is 74 point something. Perfect. This is great. This is exactly what I need. Cool. And it needs a, let's see, I need to figure out how much iron it actually consumes now. Which means I now need to take my 103.9, that's how much it says I need, but that has to be divided by 2598 and multiplied by 1617. So that means I'm consuming 65 iron for this to keep this going. That's not so bad. That's distinctly less than a full belt, and it's totally manageable. Sweet. Right. Copper. That, I can already see it. It's going to be the same thing. Oops. Full belt, way too much. And it'll probably be, let's say, if we just do this, then it's using 900. Yeah, okay. Well, the copper is a little bit more problematic, though. Enough regular ammo? I think so. 5? Yes, I think so. Is it right to put efficiency modules into yellow ammo to slow speed? It doesn't slow speed with efficiency modules. They have no impact on speed. Long time ago they did. In a galaxy far, far away. Yeah, so I have enough of everything, and now I need to figure out how much. How much copper wire do I need? 55. Okay. How much copper wire is this producing? A lot. So I need to figure out how much molten copper I need. So I take my 332.5 and divide it by 332.5, the output. That's 1 times how much? 55 point. I'm going to say 5. So these 55.5 need 55.5 copper, molten copper. So I can just do this and scale it towards what I actually need. That means I take my 103.9 divided by 2598 multiplied by 993.1. So that means it's 39.7 here plus the amount of copper. No, that's not it. Damn it, that was not it. The total amount of molten copper I need is the 993 plus the 55. $993 plus 55. That's 1,048. So what I need to do is take my 103.9 divided by 2598 multiplied by 10 blah 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 blah. It's 42. Okay. So all in all, when all is said and done, I need 66 iron and 42 copper. It is heavily slanted here, so we are never going to use the other recipe, and we are still have to throw out a lot of the iron. So we do need to have an overflow for the iron again. Damn it. Okay, so that was the easy part. Now I have to do the hard part, and that is figure out how the hell are we going to put all this on one belt. Well, that's fine, but it only fits one. But that's okay. I can just move the other one just one out, and then I can just repeat it. Ah, yes. Huh, that doesn't work. But this works. Weird. Make more steel, throw steel away. No. Copper only fills one half of the belt. Outside. Outside. Yes. Okay, so that was actually not correct. Is it this one I did wrong? No, they're fine. Okay, here. Something like this. Is that enough output for one belt of iron? I think so. I think one of these can actually fill up a... This is the annoying that no one has done a... Or I haven't done a masterclass on this. Because I do believe that one stack inserter can... Two stack inserters can fill up the one side of a belt. I can see that on... The Assured Dragon. Oh, that's not what it's called. What is it called here? Devis. That one. Ah, you are idling. You damn you and your idleness. Why am I looking at this? Why am I looking at it? I'm just looking at... Okay. Available... Oh, okay. Something is working here. Available rocket silos. But why are they not coming out? This one is allocated. This one's allocated. It's one rocket. This is two rockets. So 600 on the way. Okay. Yeah, I think I have 4 rockets that are just filling up. There you go. And then as soon as they launch, then I get the other rockets. And then it should be launching one more. Come on, one more rocket. It's because the rocket is still building, I guess. Yes, there we go. Okay, so it was not a problem. I didn't just happen to find it when I broke. Can you flip belts from second iron plate maker belt going up and merging them into underground? Huh? Oh, right, flip belts. Yes. That's a good idea. That's much nicer. No, it's not nice at all. Oh yeah, like this. Yes. That's actually much nicer. Thank you. Much nicer. Even better. Make it like... And then I still need something inbound here. But I think that this is going to be the... I was about to say ice crystal, but the calcite. And the other belt will go... past, because it's so high quantity. Yeah. Okay, so this is also a module that we are happy with. And we get the belts out here. Shouldn't that you lead out belts upwards to continue the bus? I have not decided how to piece these together. So, no. This one has to be better. Alright, let's have a look at the ratio. And it's important you're not allowed to put productivity modules into this one, because then it messes ratio and then the whole thing jams. The water is certainly enough. That's good. I have a slight excess, actually a significant excess here, but that's because it's not affected. Yeah, we need to do something completely different with this. That involves having 2 of these. And a beacon affecting them. There. Come on, modules. Foundry inserters for outbound. Foundry inserters for outbound. I don't have any foundry inserters for outbound. These ones? Oh, right there. Yes. They're slightly going over to their neighbor. Yes, that was it, right? And this one should then be steel. And this will be the copper ore inbound. This is not needed to do this, but I think this is just making it easier both for you and for me to see what the hell's going on, and therefore also calcite here. There. Yay! One down to make it look nice. You can move the top foundry inserters 1 down. Like that? You mean? It's actually not a... Because of that, we just got the whole design a little bit smaller. Nice. This would be better, because then it's just that one tile, then it doesn't sort of have that extra tile. But man, is it annoying that it looks... that this... this is annoying, right? Oh, it's back to this one. Damn, that was quick. And let me just see where we are. We definitely want 100, so let's go that. And then projectile damage, let's also get that after this. And railgun damage, let's see. Railgun damage 6 and shooting speed 5. So yeah. Stone output doesn't exist. So this is annoying, right? This is better, but it looks worse. So I'm gonna go with looks better, but is worse. Yeah, there's no stone output because it's not lava inbound, so. Okay, this one. Let's see, how much did we want? We want 100. 100! No, that's way more than I thought, because that's not even enough. Oops. Okay. How did it become 100 suddenly? It's this one, right? Yeah, this is the 91. Okay. Yeah, it's these ones. Let's do that. Okay, so now that is 15 and 15. Let's do this one and see how that works. So close! So close! No! So they each need to have their own dedicated build here. And then maybe without so many speedies here. Still too much. A little bit too much. Okay. And then we need no. I don't want to take this as stack and sodas. These are all very low quantities, so let's just do this instead of getting stuck while waiting for something. Good. So here, we're going to get sulfur. Sulfur, 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 sulfur. And this is going to be coal. Coal, coal, and this one is going to be carbon. Yes. So that's all of that. Now the next part is the water inbound, which I'd like to have as linked to this one, but I don't know if I have it or if I need it. What? Why did you die? Yeah, we're a little bit short on water here because they just suck if they don't get... Ah, man. That would not enable an extra beacon. This one is 45? Okay. It's almost impossible to get that to be covered by a beacon. Maybe I can just do this. Now it's plenty. Yes, we got it. Only problem is, where the hell are we gonna put output things now? Damn it. Yeah. Let's do that. This is a much more modest way of doing it. But it'll get the job done. Here. Because that leaves this enabled for our output. Whee! There we go. So let's see. This is enough water, enough coal, consuming a lot. 200% is max productivity bonus, isn't it? No, but it's the 300 is max productivity bonus. 300, not 200. 200 is the maximum you can get in one of these. Hold on, let's see. This is consuming 90, but it's not actually consuming 90. It's only consuming 15, but the 15 becomes 90. And this goes out in a full combined belt and using 17 water, which is not a big deal. Oh, we still need the water inbound. That's gonna be there. QBs. There. So again, this should be simple to make from a bus, and then let's kill that. Oof. Okay. This I keep. So now it becomes pretty obvious that I can't fit everything in here. How are we going to fit first this, then this, then this, then this, and then after that, 1, 2, 3 of these? That's not great, is it? Anyone got any good? Make the ship longer? Yeah, obviously we're gonna make the ship longer, but it's still like, I want to make it as a bus. Then it goes like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 things in a row. That's not gonna add up. Like, even I could make it really long and then just make it up and down the bus, but I don't think that's a great idea. That might actually be the best idea. It's easy to understand, but it kind of sucks. Bus from bottom to top isn't good. Maybe it is. So what would I do? I'd probably be doing this one here at the bottom in the middle. And then immediately getting the rockets on one side, the rocketry on one side, and then maybe getting these two on one side and this one on the other side. Going upwards. And then where these ones continue in the middle, they'll be replaced by the 4 belts in the middle, which will then go out with this on one side and these two on the other side. That could work. Then I actually think that the correct build is to make them side by side. Because then this space is pretty much the same as this space here. And then they fit on the other side. Okay, let's do that. It's going to be way too long and it's going to be way full of fluff. Middle is here. Now that the ship is a little wider, I could make it more engines, which would be stupid because it's already way too fast. Build fuel horizontal instead of further down. Don't know what you mean. Come on, get the last builds. I'm gonna kill this for now. Put the ribbon in stream chat to have the foundries be one tile closer to each other if you're interested. Would do a screenshot, but Linux and shit doesn't work. Wow. Thank you. There's a blueprint. Roblox reward available. Oh my god, that's annoying. Huh. So it's one of those. It's a pop-up in Discord. I don't know if you guys are seeing. Hide this, please. Go away. Stream chat, stream chat, stream chat. There you are. Ooh, this looks nice. The stuff from the Factorio Garage. That looks really nice. Wish mine was this nice. What? Oh no. Oh no. Yeah, Jeff-esque. I was thinking exactly the same. It's very Jeff-esque. By the way, we haven't seen Jeff in a while. Ugh. Oh, it's disgusting. Oh, but you need. Where's the other one? Can you still do it with 2 beacons? Has to be a beacon here. Let's hurry up and remove it before it thinks I want those low quality. I like it. No, God, missed it. No. Well, that gives me an excuse for not using it. I like the idea. Yeah, I like the idea as a, let's say, proof of concept, but I don't think I would say that I like the idea. Okay. I don't know what this is. Just get that. So now we need to move everything around just slowly, one thing at a time. Here. This one has to be placed at the bottom. Here. Somewhere. Now I need to figure out where my belts. We have 1 belt. Oh, I get used to looking at this grid and I shouldn't. Okay, let's see. We have 3 belts, right? Outwards is the ammo plus railguns, yes. And then it's ammunition, rockets plus asteroids, and then it's Promethium, yes. Okay, so let's just get 3 belts here. That means it's on this belt. And out here it's going to be you, you, and you. It does feel kind of silly that it is not like this. Okay. Do I need this one? No. Did you always stream with camera? Yes. From the very first time. Feels a little bit rough to have 3 belts here. Use so much real estate for this. So now we need to figure out what goes where. I'm feeling that this goes out on this side. And then on the other side I will... Oh, yeah. Reason why I want you out here is because this has to go down, so it has to be as far down as possible. Then the next thing I want to do is this one, since that's gonna go up, and then that will be the next, which will be flipped vertically here. And that will basically be taking the same amount of space. Basically, right? And then we can... That would be nice if this one was one up. Then that is replacing the bus here. And the last one is... actually, it wouldn't mind sort of putting it right in the middle, because it is going to consume whatever is remaining on this. And then the outbound belt is coming in here. Or they continue up like this. That's actually incredibly nice that... Oh, not... what is it? Yes. Look at that. I actually did it almost entirely correct. Almost. These two are swapped. There we go. And then I only have this space remaining, but compacted. Don't forget iron overflow. Yes, that we can just sneak out somewhere. We got that one. Not a lot of room here. And now I can also just decide that this is indeed it. So a little bit more space. However, you can also see the problem here is that it kind of has vast swath of empty space everywhere that has no value. And we're just building a really long ship with a lot of empty space, which I don't really like. It's too narrow, yes. Then what we could do is we could move... No, we can't really do that. But obviously I could also just squeeze things a little bit down here. But things become a little bit too squeezed too easily. Mm-hmm. Now the explosives are on one side of the belt. What? Oh, yeah, they are. But it doesn't matter. It's 90, so it's not. It's less than a full belt, so it shouldn't be a problem, or it isn't a problem. See, ice is middle. This is actually worst possible way, because I need to. The one we're going to use here is coming from the other side, so I have to branch through. But whatever, I think we can manage. Don't really like this. What if this one was flipped? Could I do that? I could. Could I do something about this one? Maybe. Not really. Not without going around. Maybe that's okay. Because I do have 4 belts here. So. This belt should be used as well. And that goes up to that one, which means now these two swap again. That's the iron belt, and this is the... Yeah. And you're going to be going up. This is also really... The cleanest way for me to show how I do designs is by doing stuff like this. That gets that one in. Does it matter that it's also ice in this? No. And then that the remainder goes in here. So, doesn't matter that there's also something else. No, actually we can do that. We can just say... There. Calcite goes in here. Ice goes in here. Everyone's happy. Next one is impossible. Because that's going to come from here and go into that. That means I need to actually swap the iron and the carbon. Lovely. Let me see, does that work? Yes. Good. Okay. So this goes in. And this one goes in here. Then we need to branch it into this one, which is gonna be annoying. Let's not kid ourselves about this. But it's also okay if it needs to go a little bit further out. This one, I can move you anywhere you want. I can move you anywhere you want. Okay, so let me figure out what it is. This... Okay, so this belt is going to be the ice and calcite. Ice and calcite. Calcite coming in here. I think I actually need to do this so I can... This is exactly why I want to do this. Yes, and then ice coming in here. Good. The other one will be carbon. And iron ore. Which means this belt has to be a combined carbon and iron ore. Okay, so which side is going to be the iron part? Iron will be on the right-hand side. Right-hand side means this one. And carbon will be on the right-hand side too. Like this, I think. Okay, why not directly... Why not pick directly from the circular belt instead of the buffer belt at the bottom? Like, okay, yeah. Good question. I think that the reason is a legacy decision. So thank you for asking that very open question. Great designing today. Thank you. Looks even more tight than previous ship. Yes, the previous ship, I don't know. What ship do you talk about? No idea. I was just kind of working on this. So the reason why I did this was because, I have a lot of things that require a lot of different things. So I should sort of put all the basic stuff on a bus so I can sort of pick a little bit here, a little bit there, a little bit there. And then it turns out like it's not that much, right? It's not that much we need. Like, yeah, sure, everything needs two places. Calcite, ice, iron ore, copper is only one, carbon, sulfur up here, right? So all the things are kind of used a little more two places, but building a bus for things that are used two places isn't really a great idea. So it is a really good point that, for example, this one, the quantities for this should be our case. Okay. The one reason though is that I would need an overflow, right? Yeah, F5 for enable the grid, and if it's not enabled, that's because over on debug you have to show tile grid in debug mode. Not in always, but in debug mode. F4 to get that out. Anyone else have the Steam a bit desync? Refresh does not seem to fail. Then completely go out and go in again, or control refresh or something like that. Okay. Right. Let's take this one for example. What do we need? We need 6.8 calcite and 34 water, but that's going to be generating way too much, so I don't need this ratio. So that means we need both this and that in order to work on this, because I'm going to be using more ice than calcite for this build, so that I can balance it so I don't overbuild it. Then I'm going to need some carbon. That's just the simple carbon build here. And then I need some iron. That's the simple iron build. That's actually really nice. And I'm pretty sure like one of these, it's producing 600. Even without modules, it's producing 61. So basically what we're looking at to feed this one is ice, advanced ice, carbon, iron. So 4. That's a lot. That's less than this, obviously, and no beacons for this. If we look at this one, though, remember it's not 103 and 104 and 104. It's 66 and 42. plus that. So we need, for this one, we need we need this one, but we need to throw away all the ice. So that's the thing. Then we need the advanced one. Let's see this. Here is a ratio that is favoring iron too much. So we need to throw away some iron in order for this to balance. And this one definitely also needs to be in a beacon. This 42, one beacon for this and everyone's happy. Okay, so we actually, for this build, I need one beaconed advanced iron and one non-beaconed ice. Then for this one, it's a little bit too much here. This is 75 instead. And then this would be 28.7. Why not share water between fuel and explosives? I mean, this is literally the bus that I'm talking about, right? This is the idea of just putting everything in and then balancing on an aggregate level. The question was, why even do that? And now it's something like, why not do it? So the argument of doing this is that then you balance the whole production, and you build enough of everything, but you then have to balance it on an aggregate level. If you do it dedicated for each, then you have advantage and disadvantage. You have the advantage of just like, okay, this is compact, and if it works, then this works, and it's independent of the rest. Super nice. But the disadvantage, of course, is that you need to balance each one. You need to throw away some ice, but in another place you need some ice, and you can't just mix and match, because then you sort of link them together and you lose the advantage. That's the kind of thing, right? So it's the trade-off between building something bigger that will then balance all of it, and then that means a bus, and then means more space. But I do like the idea of just saying, okay, hey, let's take this one and just build it like this. A few small things and get it in. Building this one, a few small things, get it in. Building this one, a few small things, get it in. And then suddenly we can have these three sitting next to each other on the bottom line here. And that would be rather nice. Yeah, disadvantage is the size on the ship, yes. But that's why I was kind of looking at how much this actually is. I think that the ratio here, we do need to take a break, yeah. We need some water, so we need that, but not anything else, which means we need a simple water recipe, sure. And then this one is not enough. We need 2 of these with beacons to get that. I'm interested in trying it. This one is getting more manageable now. And then we just get these belts outbound here. It's but it does suck that we are wasting so much space. It absolutely does. I can't make this slimmer, and this is really nice, but then suddenly, like, blah, I can take out this amount. I think the original question was about picking up from the chunks belt for the current bus. There are 3 inserters, small piece of belt, and 3 inserters again. Oh, right, yeah, okay, maybe that was so simple. Yeah. Let's say that was the only question, and then just do that instead. Then all the rest was just send me in a complete tailspin here. Yeah, okay, forget all I said. This is it. Ah, man, I'm not good at taking my breaks, but you know that. Actually, among Twitch streamers, I think I'm actually quite good at taking my breaks. Alright, cool. Break. Oh, break. Bonus hour. I think we can finish the ship, but I don't think we can send it out, unfortunately. I think Gonna be a little bit too much effort. But then we have something to look forward to on Sunday. Or maybe even Saturday. I think I'm gonna stream on Saturday. So be back in 2 minutes. Okay, we're back. Final hour. Right. This helped a lot. We might. I don't know if I like this, but okay. That feels weird that this one just slides through, but it does. We have not done the branches here, so let's do that. The first branch is iron, that comes here. That one. And then copper makes it impossible for me to do this.
Illustrious champion returns. Welcome home.
Welcome home, Epic Bro Gamers. Thank you for the 7 months. Another design sidetrack. Ammo production is now so close to the hub that you can move storage boxes a little bit and load ammo directly to the hub and for buffering. Yeah, I'm not gonna do that. Because I actually want it to be flowing out here. Sure, I understand. And I'm gracefully ignoring that. Because the idea now is that this goes whee, and then just out and finds the belt out here, or this part. I don't have actually a finished product of this one that is not sort of hacked. Is this hacked? A little bit hacked? Oops. Yeah. Then it also becomes part of it, like, how does it fit? And the answer is pretty well. Pretty well. This, yeah, it's pretty good. Stupid radar. And these are non-epic turrets. Non-legendary turrets. Oh, who did that? One tile away. Mm-hmm. So then we have a little bit of work to be done about sort of, is this the right place? I think it is. I think we're going to kill this one because we don't need to pick up anything down here. Let's twist and turn and all that stuff here. So I would really like to have like things moving around now. There, so that is now 3 full belts out. And this is not what I wanted. I don't want to do that now. Thank you, but it's really nice, but no thanks. I'm not done moving things around. Ha! Oh yeah, emergency croissant dump belt. We already have that. We have the emergency croissant. We don't have the logic for it, but we have the emergency croissant dumping grounds here. I think it would be better for Promethium to remove the filter from top collectors and only filter for Promethium. Yes, but how do we get safely out there and collect stuff? Like once we're out there, I agree. But once we also get out there, we are actually going to consume so little of it that it doesn't really matter. So. Then let's get this one. Ooh. And you're getting in. Belt. I don't know how many splitters there are on this belt actually, so that might be an issue. And this goes out into that one. And they are now filtered. Yes. Right. We need to do something down here. Wrong belt. Indeed. It is the wrong belt. For both of them. There, might as well get this. And now we have... Okay, we got a little bit too much of everything. But some of them should be producing. Oh. Is this... This is now not wired then. This is what we wanted. And oh my god, I didn't do that, did I? He's making a mess. He is making a mess. Right, we're gonna block this belt. So gradually this will degrade all the other things here. At some point they'll come back and park here. Is that supposed to open an inside belt? No. No, it's not. Is this the right way? No. There. No, of course not. This is the inbound. And this is the outbound. Yeah, yeah, yeah. What about the stuff that we exported? Shouldn't that be coming somewhere? Where is that? Well, I guess it's gonna be somewhere. Oh no. It's somewhere in here. Well, the good news is it's gonna land here, or here, or here. Eventually. Let me see if I can find it at least. It should be in this area. Time for another break. We can't do more breaks. No more breaks. Okay, but this is working and it's chugging along and it'll definitely gradually degrade things, but there shouldn't be anything blocking it from passing all the way through this. Shouldn't we be able to see it somewhere? It feels weird that it's not there. Oh, no, hold on. It would go here, and it would go here, and then it would go in here. So it really should have been going through and should have landed in one of these places. Yeah, it should be at the Promethium because of the bypass. So where the hell did it go? Oh, right. There's probably, like, here we go. There's a problem here. So there's kind of a... Ah, here's a belt that's not connected. Ah, okay. That's good. Yeah. Okay. This is working. Now I can keep this going. Yeah, this was much nicer. Much nicer way to build it. Okay, so... Fuel? It's in horse. Okay, we're working on these branches. Next branch is going to be... That's going to be a combined belt of this, and the iron is that. So that's iron and has go in here. And this one will then go right. This will just completely fill up that side of the belt. Nice. Same with the other one. Boom. And we're going to get the same design. That goes on the inside of this belt, which is the place where we pick up the rockets. Sweet. Right. The next one is... Oof, they're close. They're really close. Okay. We're gonna get the... Oh, wow. This is not actually that. That's copper and steel as well. Ah, steel. Shoot. That's gonna be a lot more complicated. Okay, which side is steel on? Steel is on the right-hand side, the bottom side, the left side, the left side, the left side, the left side. So that is steel. How many mistakes do you guys think there will be for this design? A lot? That's also my guess. So now I have to do the same thing again. Maybe I don't need to branch it twice. Well, I do actually. 4. Thank you for that vote of confidence. And the copper is the second one. That's not pretty. And then the next one is the iron. I don't think this can be done, because we're now encroaching the next one, which is also a combined belt. But it is a combined belt of the 2 things we have on this belt, which is actually the last thing we do, so that's gonna empty that belt. And then we have that's the last iron part, and the last copper part is actually here. Oh, it gets better now. A lot better. So the last thing is this one. And then we have to figure out how this has to be done. Oof. Did I decide on insides and outside? Yes, I did. So this is top side. Top side means inside. Okay, so the iron is on the inside. That means this part has to be stack inserted in on the outside, on the outside of this one, and then that's actually really weird, this one. Oh, because I thought I was going to be like extending it, but no. And this is just going to jam in fully up on that belt. I think there's actually enough space to make rockets build double long instead of double wide. It is, that's actually true. That's actually true. No, yeah, but the thing is, wasn't there another thing? No, no other things. You're right. I like that better. Much nicer. Gives us more space. Suddenly, way too much space. Woo! Okay, so now the question is, do I want to move the whole thing 2 tiles up? Because I could move the whole thing 2 tiles up. Problem with this ship is that I can't see it on one screen. Connect inside, yes. Yeah. We also have a rocket. This is our speed regulation management console control thing. Ah, it sucks that I deleted it, because now I can't remember a damn thing of what it was supposed to do. Yes, we know, it tells us where we are and what we're doing, so that's good. And then we'll probably need to turn down the speed a little bit. Okay, so now I need to do this part. That's not trivial, I think. So I don't need... let's see. I need this over here. Uh-huh. And then I basically just need it in here. And then I kind of need the same thing on the other side. So now they're connected in an awful way. Yeah. It's always a problem when you have two things, like, how do you make it nice? You don't. Just feels that it should be connecting here. That would look a little bit better. Kind of. And then we just need to get it inbound for each. That's actually not so simple. Because this is the closest thing I can get it. Ugh. This one is directly to where I don't want it. And there and there. So now everything is full of thruster stuff. No, no, no. And this is when it's less than M, and M is currently 1. Because it just needs to depart here. Good, this is the one that's active. More cargo? Yes. I don't think we need more cargo, but it doesn't hurt. Maybe it does hurt. Ooh, one off. There. That's certainly more cargo. One pump misses a pipe in orange. Thank you. Good spot. Thank you. These are legendary. Yes, of course they are. Embarrassing. Anything else would be embarrassing. Okay. Oh, this is 25. Okay. So these are kind of full, but oh right, it's because it's pumping so slowly. They only get these only pump like there's a little one tick of pump. That's not much. That's okay. But it will gradually fill up just to get them going a little bit. Okay. But just the most important thing is the furthest one is actually powered. Great. I think we want to unleash this and just see if it works. It's about time to just see if things are working, and then we'll figure out what we're missing. Oh, we need an overflow of iron though. How the hell do we do an overflow of iron here? Oof. I don't know. Like that. I still have the egg thrower, yes. This is unfortunately not correct. I really wish I could figure out a way to do this. Yeah, but the thing is that what is the logic? Like, I would imagine that the best way of identifying when I should throw iron overboard is that I'm lacking copper. Like, that's so weird, right? Because usually this one is going to be jamming because it's full of iron. And therefore the copper will be lacking. So if I'm monitoring, let's say I'm monitoring this belt here. So this one is going to be looking at the whole belt here, which is only going to be down there. Then I'm going to be enabling this when the amount of copper on this belt is less than 200. So right now it's fine because the belt is fully stacked. Awesome. There's something missing here. We might need to do the same thing with carbon here. No, we shouldn't. I love this little roundabout. This carousel. Buffer carousel here. This is not a full belt. I think it's just not able to produce fast enough for the inserts to keep up. Everything gets consumed. Looks like we're putting things on the right side of the belt here. Yeah, okay, we're dumping a little bit of that. Why? Because we're lacking copper. Why are we lacking copper? Well, we are just always going to lack copper until... Yeah. Yeah, what if iron is also low? If iron is also low, then it's going to be using the priority here and going in here. So right now the iron is not low, and therefore we will stack up. So if this is working fine, then we can throw away any excess iron that we get. Like this part of iron is correct to throw away because we want to keep producing down here so that we get the more copper. If we get to a point where the copper is not starved, it's good. I think we might have issues here. No? Oh, is that a... Oh my god, that's a... Oh my god, this is embarrassing. Oh, wow. I guess this is going to be... Oh my god, it's legendarized the whole damn thing. Oh, it... Oh, that would have been so bad. Upgrading all my red belts to green belts. My crushes are fast enough. It's the output belts that were not fast enough. This is why I don't do belt weaving. It's that kind of like, oh, let's just upgrade everything. So yeah, now we're actually throwing out a lot of iron to keep the copper going here. But hey, if the belt is flowing, it's good. And now I think the issue is that we are simply not producing enough. And that's not a big surprise because we're standing here on Novice and Novice sucks. Okay, what about you, my friend? You are not... Okay, so this is empty because it's right before. You're not working. Why are you not working? Sulfur. Did it fucking jam? Yeah, this is the same problem. It's exactly the same problem as the as this one. So how do we do this? We're gonna do it exactly the same way. We had the same problem last time. I really wish I could take it out here. Like, just... Oh, please work. I think that's too long. Oh! That's so amazing. That is so amazing. This is exactly what I wanted. Yes. So. You are gonna monitor... Monitor entire belt, which is only down here. But how much do we have of carbon? Something. How much do we have of sulfur? Nothing. When it's less than 100 on sulfur on this belt. Oh, there's also a problem here. Okay, so that was actually the real problem, but somehow it got stuck on both sides. And you're going to be enabled when it's less than 100. And, of course, also when it's stacked up. And these are also starving, so that's bad. And none of these are working. Why? Yeah, we used everything now. Yep, this consumes a lot. And our ammunition is... Oh, yeah. I think we might have done something incorrect here. Let's control the inputs and outputs. What do we think we want? The crushers producing carbon only seem to be on. No, these are not on. These are only turning on when... That's a problem. This one really should never be turning on. Because what I'm looking at now is actually the same over here. This is the wrong kind of benchmark. Because this... This should never turn on. This should only turn on when I have not enough iron. And the problem is I will have enough iron if... I'll never have iron stacked up on this belt because it'll always be ejected. That means this one, is these basic ones are going to activate, which they never, honestly never should. Yeah. 10k rockets, 8k red ammo, yes, something like that. But... I'm getting a little confused here. I'm doing two things at once, so let me just do this. What is the condition for you to stop grabbing? That is 8,000? Let me see. It's confusing. There are three thresholds. There's the maximum storage, buffer storage, which is, let's say rockets only, 10,000. And we are not going to eject this until it drops really low. Because then I would probably say... Yeah, okay, when it drops, when there's less than 5,000 on the belt, then you're ejecting. Yes, that's how it goes. This is being monitored, so... It's nothing about how much is in here, honestly. I don't... This one should not care about what's inside the storage, just what is on the belt. So this one says, if the amount on belt is less than 5,000, then you eject. This one, if there's less than 10,000 in the storage. Then you pick it up. That one, we haven't done that yet. Let's try to do the other thing here as well. You are going to be in here and here. So, when the storage of red ammo is less than 8,000, then we pick it up. If the storage of railgun is less than 2,000, then we pick it up. Ejecting it has nothing to do with what's in here or here. It has everything to do with what is on the belt. So, and it activates on both sides, which means it goes all the way around. Good. All right, so you are going to be saying when this is less than 1,000, then you eject. And when you're less than 4,000, which is half of the maximum storage, then you're going to eject. Sweet. I could fly around to get materials. Yes, I could. And I will. We just can't have these shooting at everything. But I do want to go out and get materials. There. And laser turrets here on the side are shooting at both medium and small. That's fine. The question is, do I want the mediums, these to also shoot at mediums, or do I only want them to shoot at small ones? I think I actually only want to shoot at small ones. Do I? I don't know. It feels, if I don't shoot at the medium ones, then it feels I'm probably going to be idle all the time. And these are going to shoot both at medium and small ones. There. What do you guys think? You can put small first on the list to prioritize. Oh, yeah. That's a good idea. Promethium. This is the one I changed. Yes. No. At least we can see that they change. Oh, we also haven't done the last curve here. And I don't think we have the signal going all the way around. Yeah, it's not. Yeah, this is not getting the signal. So these are actually not working. And here. Okay, so the one that's furthest away is setting up with what it should get. Good. I don't know what to do about this part because I really don't want this to be working. And neither do I want this to be working. I can only sort of comfort myself in saying it'll always try to get in here first. So maybe it won't be producing this one that much. But fuck, I don't want any of this. I really don't think I want it at all. And this one either. That's the problem with this this exit here, is that it takes the overflow, which means that it's It really shouldn't be taking the overflow. Damn. I don't know what it should take. It should basically look at... I don't know. I don't know what it should look at, but there's something missing here. This is why I was complaining about it, right? So this one should basically look at, like, let's take this. You should be, I should look at the belt, this belt and this belt. And that should be the premise for activating these and also activating that one. Basically saying, if it's full of carbon and no sulfur, then eject. If it's full of sulfur and no carbon, activate. Right? Yeah, I can't eject it here. That would actually be better to eject it here. Why not change the recipe to the advanced? Because let's say I'm flying a lot and this one is... the best case is actually here. I'm going to use ice for the water here and water here. But I'm going to use the calcite here and here. So I don't know if I'm going to use more ice or calcite compared to this recipe, which means I need to make sure that I produce enough calcite and then I supplement with more ice. That's the same with the other two. However, I just don't think that's the case though. I just don't think that I'll ever need these activated or these activated, because I'm producing, with this recipe, I'm producing too much iron compared to copper. Hence, there will never be a shortage of iron. There could be a shortage of iron, right? There could be a shortage. Let's say I'm consuming a vast amount of this, which is only iron and no copper. But I'm not really shooting anything here. So, like, can I guarantee that the consumption of all ammo types is consistent and always... No, I can't, right? That's the problem. So, that's why I want something that's self-balancing. Of course, right now we have the main issue is that we don't really have anything going on for us here. Mm-hmm. Sure. Why is this different? Oh no. Isn't that weird? Like, this is opposite to that one. So these are correct. How the hell does it suddenly become one tile off somewhere down there? Okay, let's take this one. Correct. Now they're off. There. What the hell is this? Who did that? And then I need to figure out all the other stuff that now... Oh yeah, here. Okay, and the other things that go in here. Like, even when you think you're done, there's always just a little bit here and there that's just tinkering with it in order to just get that little bit extra out. Yep. Probably should have some of these down here. And then yeah, okay, there's a little bit of jumbled things here. Sweet. I kind of want to take this for a spin, but I think you need to re-evaluate your logic of when you take rockets off the belt and into storage. If you have a rocket shortage on the belt, your buffer will drop rockets onto the belt, but then simultaneously trigger itself to start taking rockets off the belt at the same rate, because the buffer will drop below 8k at the same time, so the buffer doesn't actually do anything. Nope, that's not actually true, because this is picking up until there's 10k, but it will only output up to 5k. That means that when I have a production, when there's 5k here, because remember, it's still adding more. Everything that's added here, if there was anything that was added here, would be added to the belt. And that means that, yes, right now it just goes, it now hovers around 5,000 or wherever. But that's because there is no production here. If there was a production here, it would be better. I want to take the ship for a short spin. Not anything dangerous. But it's late and... Okay, so here's the thing. I really shouldn't be taking this for a spin because it's not ready. You will have to throw away copper to no, because if it does not use copper, it won't produce iron. Yes, but there will always be a consumption of copper. It just might not be as much. That's why I have this balance. So I don't need to throw away copper. I just need, like, okay, so let's see. I'm not consuming copper at all, but I'm only producing iron. Then this one switches on and starts putting it, adding iron without any copper. So the copper will just stand on the belt, but then it'll produce iron. So it works. The only case I don't handle, or I need to handle, is I am not consuming enough iron to keep these flowing. That's the one I have to get. So no. That's why I have both the advanced and the basic one. And it's the same here. Let's say I use a lot of fuel and therefore I need a lot of carbon, but I'm not really using a lot of explosives, like hypothetically, right? It could be like after we've gone out and come back, we full up on all of our ammo, but we need to fly out to the new location. Then that would work, right? Some nice... yeah, we have like seconds left of the stream, so we'll just see what this is. This is reading the belt and enabling the other one. No, hold. Okay, and this is... Yeah, okay, so they're pairing up And okay. And I guess these are the where it comes in, or what? No, what is this? So this is the overflow? I don't know. I can't figure this out. It looks correct, but I can't figure out what it does. Yeah. So it looks like it's a thing that makes sense, but at 1 a.m. I can't really decipher it. We're not going to take this for a spin, but that's going to be like the cliffhanger for this Saturday stream. I think that what we've done so far is a really awesome ship. Hopefully it works. Because otherwise it sucks. Oh, shit. Do we even have enough power? Oh, look at that. We have a full belt of ammo now. Really? So we can see this is not picking up, and this one is not exporting because there's an overflow already. 4.8. So when it gets more than 5, then it stops outputting, and then it's just kind of balancing out. Any excess will be put in the belt. Yeah. We have space for solar, but solar does nothing, especially out in the shattered realms. The throw circuit goes down to 2 deciders and 1 multiplier and can reset itself. Nice. I'm good. Please remind me, everyone, on Saturday to take a look at it. Did you add an export alert? 27 minutes after egged on ship. Yes. No, it's not. I haven't, but we're gonna do that, and I think I'll like to do that myself. I saw I saw it in Discord that there was an egg thrower, but I know how to do it, and I kind of want to do that myself, and just trying to figure out what it is it should do. So we'll do that next time. There's a lot of laser turrets here. Of course, they won't be shooting all the time, but I don't know about. Isn't there like a? No, there's not. When the whole thing is working, I think it's using more than 1 megawatt or gigawatt, which means that we suddenly run out of space because we need to make a bigger one of that. Oops. And that's going to be really big if we make it bigger. If we make it bigger, yeah, I don't know. We can do that. There's space for it. If we sort of look at this space and say we could build a bigger power plant here, then I think that could work. Something for next time. Absolutely. It's a good ship, and it has a lot of potential, so we'll see how it works when we take it for a spin next time. Thank you for the lovely design ideas. Thank you. And thank you everyone for the lovely design ideas. I am really happy about the ship shape. It feels robust. I think that this is working. It's also really, it's both awesome and horrifying, the idea that I'm designing things and I'm just looking at it and go like, I guess we'll try it under stress in the live environment when we're out there in the dangerous area. So yeah. See you next year. All right, Freak. Thank you for joining, and happy holidays for anyone who's not joining before then. I'm gonna be streaming Saturday, Sunday, the 25th, the 29th. That's the end of the year. So a few more things, and I'm continuing to play this for as long as there's an interest, and there certainly is an interest. So thank you, everyone. Good night. Take care, and stay